Alofa, this is your evening news on KVCK TV. The Senate and the House of Representatives are set to begin joint budget hearings for the new fiscal year, which proposes an allocation of $815
e loto i le wha moe moe o lo watunu. Ina ia sao mauli le wa aima mao mo atai au. Ina ua e whatasi. Tātou ma oi le tapo ingo le a whai e manu iai. Yesu whaola wa mātou te talo atu ai. Amen. Tūlou le tūlai. Tūlou le tūlanga. Tu lo foi le tautalanga. Taftafaane o le talanga sa e avanoa ai se tala e tu sa ai ma le valaulia se i te tala aloa ia le wha moe moe o le tamalo. O nise wa fionga fetalai o le tātou utua ua o manatu e whai ma au o mawhauwhaunga e taiala e le tātou laulua fisira whainga i aso ua to whaina e le malo ma e aunga aute o le nei aso. O awhionga pa ia le tātou tua. O la Yesu o Good morning, everyone. It's a real honor to be here with you at the 4th Annual Office of Disaster and Petroleum Management event. This year themes resilience by design. It's about planning ahead, planning smart, and making sure we're ready for anything. As a government leaders, our job is to protect our people and our country. That means thinking ahead. Thinkings go wrong, we need to design a system that can handle tough times. Resilience means more than just surviving. It means coming back stronger. It means working together, using new ideas. Let's build up a future that's safe, strong, and ready for whatever comes next. Ao le tusi sa o whaitawina mai a whionga fola ma le saunoanga Yesu o le design lea na saunoa ia ili ali whaola. Ua le o se design tā tangata, ua le o se mamanu teu tangata, a o le design teu fatu, o le mamanu tā ola, ma le mamanu fatu ola, tā pena ai nei tai au ma le lumana. Whafonga voi. O te leiloa o tau. Ia o tau mataala. A wā tau te leiloa le aso ma le itu aso sauai. Le atali o le tangata. O le tali lea na ave i le tangata le mataala. O le unga lea na ave i le tangata le tāpena. O le unga le na momoli le tangata le sauni, ma le tangata e whaatai alunga, ma le tangata e wa aima wa lalo, ma le tangata wa le ano. O te le iloa o tau. Whaafitai le li. Ua lena o le saunoa o te leiloa o tau, e sa iai ma le mamanu e tā i le loto, tā i le mafaufau, tā i le ola. Ina ia tupu ma ola ai le tangata ua whea ngai ma whawhita auri ma suinga o le tau. Tala Yesu, ia o tau mataala, a wātou te leiloa le aso, male tu aso e sauai. O le whamoe moe le nā o le nei anavatau. O se vaai mamao o te whawhitai pulenga ma whatonu ma taitai o le au fianga ma le aunga o te wāfua ili nei se mina i aso e tolu. O le vaai mamao a o se sila mamao se i malu le atunu, malu le ola, malu le soifua. A wao le upu moni o tato iai suinga. Ua lo fia i tato i suinga o le tau. Ua o ai le o ngā sami, ma le o ngā ele te le i maitau ina ai se suinga o le upu moni ua iai suinga. Ua moni matau no upu a fionga fitalai a Yesu. E iai lo longa, e iai whaamai, e iai taua, e iai misa, e iai a wha. O te whaafitai la i le wha moe moe ma le tāpena ina o le neise mina. O se mamanu se i tato o mai e soare pule. Au mai a vātu. O lima whaatasi, pulu lima whaatasi, lango whaatasi, ngā lulue whaatasi. O mamanu ia o lo mo mia, mo se manuia, ma se ola fia. E lea o ngā pe a whape, e lea o ngā nei aso, ma le nei tolu aso. A whai o yeise isi e tau na ona sau. E lea o ngā. A ole wha moe o mta ngā luenga, me se fo le po wana ma le aunga o aute o le fitoi tonu o le atunu ma le malo o mai se ia mai ni isi mamanu tātou te oma tātou e nofo tā pena i o e nofo tā pena ia. A wao le upu moni o tātou iai suinga o le tau. Ma nei ale saunoanga Yesu na ave mo tau pou, tangata le matala. Matala, a wātou te leiloa le aso, male i tu aso. Tātou potpotonga, e o ai le au whai ngā ruenga, e leiloa le aso, male i tu aso. Eo se whi au whamanatu lea le tala le lei. A waiana o le tātou o mai, e tātou o mai a wātou au mai, tātou ulimo le ase por kalame fuafua wa ai mamao o le taua so i fua manuia o e ola Samoa, ola o le tātou malo. O le wha moe ina ia watu ni metotia, tātou te foi ma tātou, ina ia e tā penai, ina ia o tā penai, e tali whawhitauri, masuinga o le taua iai. Saunoanga Yesu e lena o le aso pena o le po, taimi uma, mataala, lona winga a o e te lei tō whā, ta pena ni mea e te ono tō whā ai e whaatali ai se whawita auli po se suinga. A o foina e soifua ma e maleifua e ta pena. A lelo lo whai atu le amatanga o le mamanu ta ola, o le mamanu te wola, o le mamanu te mafaufau, o le mamanu wa ai. Ia o tau matala, a wā tau te leiloa le aso, male i tu aso e sauai. Whaafitai tele mo le wha moe. Ina ia tātou tofu langona, tā ua le taulongolongo, e tā ua le vai mamao, soifua manuia, ola fia, a ia tātou a onga, isuinga o le nei vai tau. Na pue e le au fita Yesu, ma fua isea, mo moe lo na uso, ma wale mataala lo na uso. Ma Yesu se ato te le mataala ai whaatasi mao, ia e whiala atu, wa ave le au tau. Mailo Yesu, ia lilei, e se mo iai mo moe pea, ai se ia ualu, whaaola oe, whaamanuia, tātou te talo. tai au maua, tai au manuia, whaafitai alofa. Ba ai mamau ala mātou whaamoe moe o le nei aso, tā pena penanga wā se soifua mluia o lo malo maona tangata. Ana le se anolo walofa, mātou te le tau nuu mai le aunga ma le whaamoe moe o le nei amatanga. Whaafitai sa e tuli loa le soifua, whai malo lo, tai o lo watunu, mai mātou uma, se ia o lava i se fito ava aia lau fuafuanga. Whaafitai mo mea sili we saunia mo lo malo, poto ma le atamai o tā leni maanga waa o le mawhauwhau e whaailoa, ti ute ma whaiva mga luenga, a wā se manuia ua e silfia. Ia ua mato iai le whale nei le amatalia o le whaamoe moe, leli e whaia ia mo lofina ngalo e aua so matou whātau anau. Matou te tu ese le tangata e le aonga, mailo wa nganga o le file mu e te ngalue ina, fina ngalo sufi ma whaamoe moe o lau whanau, ina se i o matou woai e ngalu lue whatasi se manuia molo malo. Ia alofa mai te itai o lo watunu, ia anga li leifo i le whaamoe moe o le nei tai au, a mata mea uma i lo vi inga o le ale aso e whaamae ai nai, tau tai fo lau oe manuia ai. O ai nisi ua leo mai whaamaa ngalo fo i mātou, mātou wa nao no mātou ola malele mautinoa wa yeile suinga i le nei vai tau, wa ngalo ia te i mātou wala wa fionga na e whaia mea malava, wa mātou i loa foi e te le tu au no ina lo mātou malosi. Tātou ma oi le whaamoe moe wa whai, i umea uma i sovi inga, whaama ngalo lo watunu, whaama ngalo i ona te tai male au whengaluenga mo i kālesia, ma ye mātutua se ia o lava i neia mātou whanau. Ona mātou te talo ia, male whaamoe moe awalitia i lo whesoa soa ni mai. O mātou te talo ia ala i sui le li lo mātou whaola, wa mātou wole mātatalo atuai. In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son and the Holy Spirit, to be with us now, tomorrow, and forevermore. Amen. Amen. Ia ua tatala aloa ia le whaamoe moe o le tātou malo ia manuia i visoso anu meo le li whaafitai.
Whaafitai tele lau suma e tausi mtanga duenga, nā ua tea i langi le tau langa whaafitai sa saunia e le te mawhiwhi au i le tai au. E maboli e le whaafitai tele i lau suma le tausi mtanga duenga mo le tātou talo a mata. E a mata aloa ia ai le tātou por kalama le ni tai au. O le te talo i le tua pule tele i autu pupuina oe a wāna duenga o le tau asuina o le ipuvai o le ola. O pa ia mamamalu o le atunu, pe o te tautala i ai, e le ai lava si tangata nate to isuia. E whaingatā maua uma fo'i o na tofi, nunu atu whaatini o tausala i whale o polu, o le lato mata whai o tausi le nā. Koe mau i le nei tai o fau i le manuia. O le aso, sa seu mataina, sa whaitauina, sa whaitau au, whaitau pō, le aso sa tū i whangalilo, pe tātou te audia pe le ai. Au le nei, ua toa ai le au, ai tawha manino le aka i lona alofa. Ua tātou laurua whisila whai ai nei. Ua pa ia le so, a wā ua whapa ia e le atua o le eona le aso. Ai o te tu atu le lima o le whaatalofa, i le pa ia ma le mamalu, a wālo o toa fio mai i le nei tai au. I lau sunga i le tausi tanga duenga, lau sunga ti senga Mariner o le New John Wesley, whangtongo me tisi. Lau a fionga Lieutenant Kovana, lau a fionga lutua pulu matala ai junior, o le mamalu lava lea o le kapineta o whainga malo o Amerika Samoa. Le tātou malo whaaloalogia, ma o mātou paanga mai le malo tele, ma le federale o Amerika, nisi a sui mai le Pasifika, Ai maise, tupu mai e wa tātou whaatasi ai le nei tai au, ma lo soifua ai lau o maua. O le nei tai au wa tātou whisila whai, I le wha moe o le nei ofisa, o le ofisa o a langa manuia lau tele, ma le pule anga o swau. A wā se wha atalata noanga, ina ia lava tā pena o tātou tangata, a wā wha lawe e tupu whafua se. O le wha mamafa, o le a wha asoa I le nei tai au, o ngai o inga mga duenga la biai, ia wha vai I le alofa. O le wha manatu, o le a sufi I le aso, o manatu ma metotia a noa, ia whai malutau ma whawhangu I le nei whainga malo. A wā le tautuaina o tangata nuu o tutuila ma manua. Ona o lo filomia le tato au fia, o lea au lili wane le ngana wha Britania, e wha amataltala ai le aunga o le ni aso. Talofa and warm greetings to all who have gathered this morning. Reverend Tisenga Mariner of the New John Wesley Methodist of Whangtongo, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Bulu Matala II Jr., our esteemed partners from the Federal and Pacific, Ms. Rainice of the American Red Cross, the Pacific Islands region, the Army Corps of Engineers, Nicholas, Emilio, and UT, Colonel Dedrick Holbrook and Mr. Mark Reed of the U.S. Army Pacific and UT, Miss Marilyn Simmons of the South Pacific Community, and those joining us virtually across American Samoa and beyond. It is an honor to welcome you to this year's 4th Annual Disaster Resilience Summit. Today, we unite across department or government agencies, private sectors, and community with one shared purpose: to strengthen our collective commitment to preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Our theme for this year is Resilience by Design. It's more than a concept. It's a call to action, especially to all our emergency support functions, agencies, to come together to reaffirm our shared commitment to preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Resilience must be intentionally built into every plan, every structure, and every decision we make. By anticipating challenges and optimizing solutions, we protect lives, reduce damage, and recover faster. Let this summit be a catalyst for collaboration, lasting partnerships, and decisive action. Together, let's design resilience not just for today, but for generations to come. Let's design a future where our islands stand strong, no matter what comes our way. Whakataitele lava, and welcome. At this time, before I give this the opportunity to our Lieutenant Governor, I want you all to please to meet the faces behind the scenes who work tirelessly, which is my office staff. I want you all to meet our wonderful team, the Office of Disaster Assistance and Petroleum Management. This is my team, and this is the ODAPM team that will always be there and work to serve you no matter what. I have my Deputy Director, Talilani Yongi Balimene. She is my Deputy Director of the Office of Disaster and Petroleum Management. Our main person, our State Hazard Mitigation Officer, Sandy Tonumaipea, she holds a very unique position who she always connects with FEMA. So she is Sandy Tonumaipea, who has a wonderful team which is the Hazard Mitigation Planner, Camilla Hofa. And us, also none other than our grants coordinator, the beautiful Maxie Halleck III. And we also have there's two grants that are administered in our office, which is the Hazard Mitigation and Public Assistance. And there's also two positions that we hold from FEMA, which is the Hazard Mitigation Officer and our Public Assistance Officer, which is Ms. Tracy Sataraka. And our lovely Personnel Manager, Ms. Janet Fangongo, with her lovely staff, the Senior Administrative Assistant, Yulepa Gray, and also her receptionist, Lewila Lolicio. And we also have our lovely Miss Lemapu Fairholt. She is our Finance Administrator. We also have our Field Compliance Administrator, which is Levy Jr., with his staff, the Field Compliance Supervisor, Brian Maifea. We also have the Field Compliance Officer and Petroleum Assistant, Mr. Said Siatunu, and also our Petroleum Officer, Eleanor Satawa. And our Logistics Manager, the lovely Miss Failoa Kaisakose, and our IT Manager, Stan Purcell. There you have it. This is my strong team that is working behind the scenes, and I am very grateful that I have the best team in the American Samoa and in this life. Without Lieutenant Governor Hulu Matala Ai Jr. O lini teimi walau whalo lo atu le sunga le Lieutenant Kubana le matua ya Hulu Matala Ai Jr. Mo lau saunoa whatai.
Sa moriare, ringa mal whaatai lea tua, whaaturoa tu whaatalo whaatuirau, so mal whaapenei. Pa ia fwoi ore ma manu wa au fia nei asu. Mitigation plan to prevent loss of lives by natural and man-made disaster, but also to build our resilience capacity. Throughout my career life, I have experienced many disasters, and I want to share with you this word, resilience. Silence starts with each one of us on a personal level. Minutes start with you being able to maintain control and accept change in order to recover and also learn to make strong your support surrounding. It is also about cooperating and seeking out those with knowledge and skill to help with recovery phase. As I advise a training of a search and rescue department, last month we must coordinate and execute. We must use Let us all commit to ensure that we stay alert and active, use data and technology, coordinate and execute. Closest source of disasters assistance. Our primary challenge is to make sure that every resident of American Samoa is made fully aware of part and recover quickly. We need to utilize our traditional culture network to keep the word of every village in the territory. I look forward to the result of resilience.
Lie mai o le tangata. Ia ena te alue wa ele fo ma i pe alue e wa i se fa fo tua. O le tele o mta upo ia tu lai mai ma ua mai ma wele soifua o le to tele i tau sanga o mwai. Ia sa ma tau mai tau ina ele i eisini i wala au na o mai le tatou lainga. Ai pe o le tau longlong ana le ofisa o lo o ia i le tatou suicide helpline. Lea e whaonga ele lua o. Ia e mwhaiona wala au mai e so se teimi lawa o le aso. O lo o iei lawa la au whainga luenga o lo o ngā lulue lusut whai tūla, toru sifi o le aso. Ia e mwhaiona la tau talia le telefoni ma avatu le so swani. O le nei volanga luenga.
And we work together in putting this program together. Thank you to your leadership and to our team for helping us in reaching this goal, especially with our summit this year. Also present is our former director, Lisa Tuato, who's also I would like to acknowledge her, she was here at the beginning of this year's, of this summit, our first summit, second, third, and now I am continuing this operations. Thank you, Lisa, for your leadership during our time. And now, it is a true honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mrs. Rainice Haley Bain. Let me just give you a little bit of her history. Mrs. Bain serves as the Regional Disaster Officer for the American Red Cross, Pacific Islands region, covering Hawaii, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. This year, she celebrates 15 years with the Red Cross, a tenure marked by leadership through some of the toughest challenges. She has guided efforts during volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, wildfires, and floods, and notably led the and a powerful advocate for building resilience in every community she engaged with. What truly sets Renise apart is her profound compassion. She embodies the spirit of Ohana in all aspects of her life, as a mother, a grandmother, and a leader who consistently demonstrates the resilience is fundamentally about people. Prepare for an inspiring and unforgettable experience. Our speaker is ready to share valuable insights, innovative ideas, and practical takeaways. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker for this year's annual Disaster Resilience Summit, Ms. Renise Haley May.
That's a tall order. Talofa, aloha.
Mai asaulai e le clinical side e le fo mai per psychiatrist o fa udu nginga duenga a faila lewa o manga val au me kongu lewa mo ko lo ko kele a sau kongo mo kwa ni re so so o la le process. Can you please walk me through what does that look like if I'm agreeing to come into, let's say, the clinic here in Tafuna Petesa? What do I expect to see step by step if I'm coming to see? Am I coming to see Arsana or am I coming to see you?
Oh, tai lava. Yeah, first and foremost, say to lava le numero telefoni o le clinic ai Tafuna. Ya le ono iva on tolu valu o. Ya e whai ngofia Community Health Center. Ya o lo o mātou ngā lue whātasilia ma le fō mai a Dr. Piukoto. O ia leo le fō mai o le ngasi o le mawhawhau. Ia a whapea la ua mawhai e le tangata o na loto tele masau e waai le fō mai. Ia e mua lava wala au mai e mwhai lava na schedule o appointment. Ia na e su mai lola ia tele lava i le mo.
Accepting feedback. Not too many people like feedback. They only like to be told how they do nice things, but when things don't work, there's a little bit of conflict there. So it's inclusive. We have to learn about the things that didn't work, and we have to be open to changing it. Being ready. Readiness is really huge. By design, resilience by design means getting back up on your feet. And how we prepare in the mitigation and the preparedness part is going to dictate how well we can stand back up and get right back into business. And then working together. It's been a struggle since I took this job 2 years ago in the Hawaiian Islands of rebuilding relationships with our government partners, rebuilding relationships with our community partners, and really understanding each other's roles and responsibilities, because at the end of the day when we're sitting at the table, the conversation is, it's his job. And we're sitting there trying to figure out who's supposed to be doing what, And then sometimes it's like, no, it's my job, and there's duplication of efforts, there's overlapping of all kinds of stuff, like you guys all know the deal. So what can we do to fix this? Learning from experience of what worked and what didn't work. When there's an after-action review, sometimes I see maybe about 50% of the participants that had Lisa. Yeah. So talking about what worked and what didn't work is super core, because if we keep coming back to the table with the same plans that was just chaotic and a hot mess, it's not going to happen. It's like, that's the insanity, right? We're going to just keep doing the same thing and hoping for a different result, and it doesn't happen, and then we shrug our shoulders and go, oh, you know, why? Because we don't sit down and we don't talk about what happened, truly being open, transparent with each other, and saying that this is what I actually needed. This is what I didn't understand. This is what could have, should have happened, but it didn't. And being open to adjust and move with those, that feedback. Next screen, please. For readiness, went one too far. For readiness, right? What does readiness mean? Everybody has a different idea of what readiness is. From the very little movement of waiting to the last minute to go to the store and buy your supplies, to the extreme, dug a hole, built a cave, got some storage, buried it so nobody can find it. Like, I've seen the whole gamut of what people take as what readiness means to them. So readiness really is truly what does it mean to you and your family, and what does it mean to you and your business? Because at the end of the day, your family needs to be safe, but your business needs to continue operations. And if you're not ready to receive a disaster, if you've been putting off the business insurance coverage, if you've been putting off talking to your employees about being properly prepared and getting the kit, being ready, making a plan, and being informed when a disaster is coming, and you don't put those things together, I usually see people scrambling in the middle of the disaster and making calls and asking and standing in the line. You should never, ever, ever be the one standing in the grocery line looking for getting food. Back at home in Hawaii, Foodland, there was a long line, one of our hurricanes that was coming to our islands. There was a long line outside of Foodland. And people waited because Foodland closed the doors and allowed only so many people to go in to grab what they needed, and then allowed the next group in. Well, it took a long time, and so the people at the end of the line really, they stood in the line for nothing, because Foodland said, okay, it's time to send our employees home. We got to keep them safe as well, and they closed the doors. So whoever didn't get into the store literally wasted their time standing in line for supplies they never got. We also have people that go into the stores and buy about 10 cases of toilet paper, 50 cases of water, right? They're not thinking about the people behind. They're just like hoarding and taking all this stuff. And it just really gives me heartburn when I see them go back to the store to try to go get a refund because they don't need it anymore. Storm's over. So it's a collaborative job for all of the leaders in this room to continue to educate our public about what makes the best sense, and to think about the guy next door, right? So if you see that truck loaded with 50 cases of water, at least you know where the water's going, and you can go follow the guy. Working together, that is the thing that we all in this room should make a vow, should make a pledge to each other to so I've been here for 3 years, and at the end of the day, I've met with some of you leaders, I've been able to collaborate with you, but I've never quite touched every single person in this room to talk about our role and how we can support each other. There's always just been a difficult challenge to book appointments. Everybody's busy after you walk out this door. So I challenge you to not walk out the door without having an appointment with the people that are key to your activity, to your business, to your function, in order for you to be optimal in your job and be able to be resilient by design. So sharing my personal take of what resilient by design means is, so this is a old picture. I'm actually on grandchild number 25 and 26 are on their way, so we need a bigger panoramic view of another photo. But it's like herding cats, trying to get everybody in one picture. I'm looking at tricky ways of cutting and pasting. That's my next step. Cut and paste my kids in here. So a total of 10 children combined with 26 grandbabies. I got my own village. And so I want to make sure that we are resilient by design. My upbringing, and this, I brought this up last year, so I'm going to repeat it for the sake of those that have missed it. My upbringing from when I was 3 years you have to survive with those necessities for 3 months. This is to test what have we been doing to be resilient? What have we been doing to prepare for the whole time leading up to this survival training? So now my children, after I left or grew up, my children became the next survival camp trainers. And then now the grandbabies are all in survival camp training. And what we've learned is how to hunt, how to fish, how to gather, how to can goods. Because there's no light, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no phone, yay, my favorite. But we're learning by candlelight or by lantern. And we learn self-defense, learn aid. Was not. Is that normal? Do you guys do that? Yeah? I don't see any heads. You guys still have that look like my friends had. Yeah, so because of this training, it's allowed me to be able to look at the big picture. It's allowed me to understand what resilience and what preparedness really does mean. I'm not trying to turn the whole public into preppers or anything, because that's the term now that they call preppers. But at the end of the day, when we had a huge, we actually had an earthquake that knocked out the power. The earthquake happened on the southernmost island of the Big Island, the Hawaii Island, and it knocked out the power all the way up the Hawaiian Island chain up to Kauai. People didn't have power for a long time. And one of my really good friends called and he said, "Oh, do you have power?" And I said, "No." And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm feeding the kids dinner." He said, "What are you eating?" I said, "Shoyu chicken, rice, got a couple of bottles of cold brewskis waiting for me." And he was like, "Wait, you said you don't have electricity." I said, "I don't." And he said, "Well, how do you have all of this?" I said, "Because I store and I prepare." He's like, "I'm coming over to your house because I'm eating a cold can of Vienna sausage." And I said, "No, you can't come over." And he was okay, but maybe not, because I think he was more hungry. But I explained to him and I said, "Listen, I teach my children to store. I store the food. If people come over because you think that I'm now the new one-stop shop where you can go feed yourself because you didn't go get your own stuff, you're taking food out of my children's mouths. So that's not okay with me. So stay home and have fun with your cold Vienna sausage and think about what you're going to do better about it next time." So that's the conversation we're having about today, right? Think about what we can do better the next time. The result of being trained the way that we grew up and the way that my children have been raised is allowing them to be independent. They can be self-reliant. It's giving them confidence that anytime a disaster happens, they don't go into panic mode. They're pretty good. They have pretty good coping skills to understand what to expect. They understand that they don't have all the answers and they can reach out and they can ask for help. It's a core group of supporters amongst themselves, which is really key. One guy is the hunter, the other one is a diver, the other one is a cook, right? We got a hunter, a diver, and a cook in this room. Same concept. We can all bring our skill sets together and come together and really make a good, strong core team. And then we can really thrive with confidence. I also teach my children, as a result of this upbringing, they're responsible, they're adaptable. They know how to adapt. They can bounce back if post-disaster, and then they can reprioritize, because what I thought was important really doesn't mean anything at the time during the emergency, so they're reprioritizing. They're like, okay, you know what I thought was important is not as important anymore, and they're switching it and they're changing it. We have these conversations all the time. At the beginning of the month, when there's the alert notifications that goes out to the whole city, folks, do your first of the month siren check. My kids listen to that. It's kind of a knee-jerk reaction for them, because that's how they grew up. Anytime at the first of the month they hear the sirens, they go upstairs, they grab their bug-out kits, they bring it down, and we go over it, because some of the stuff don't fit them anymore. They were growing children. So we'd switch things out, but they'd leave it at the bottom of the stairs, and that would count as a drill. We had to talk about it, but not just talk about it and not scare them about it, just have them interactively participate in this actual drill so that they felt comfortable. And then when there was actually disasters, what does resilience by design mean to me professionally? In the Red Cross, it means everything. It means that I have a role that I had started off as a volunteer with the American Red Cross, and now as the Regional Disaster Officer, I have the opportunity to be the voice to really augment a lot of different activities that wasn't working, maybe was working, but I get to make those decisions where, as the worker bee or the person out in the field, I would be like, who made this plan? And can we change it? So now I'm in the seat where I can make the changes. I'm really valuing that position, because it allows me to be able to see and make a difference. That's what I strive for. Every single one of us, you come from an agency that has a specific mission that you all drive, your agency is driving for. You have the values that your agency is held by. You have goals of why you're doing what you're doing, and then having that situational awareness of why you're doing what you're doing and how it impacts the people next to you is super core. So our design for the American Red Cross has been 116 years, I think now. We're over 100 years old is our design. We've been in the business of American Red Cross services for alleviating human suffering in the face of emergencies. And the way that we do that is by mobilizing volunteers. So it's kind of a little bit different when you're working with volunteers, because we're at the mercy of their availability. We don't get to say you have to show up. They're not paid. Paid staff has to show up. They don't have to. So we really have to inspire them and help them understand their value and the urgency of them picking up their phone and answering them and coming to the call. I think it was in 2016, Toyota had celebrated 100 years of being in business. And my boss at the time called and said, hey, can you write an essay, because they're looking for nominations for your favorite nonprofit. And she called a whole bunch of volunteers, and I was one of them. And I said, sure, yeah, I'll write something. I was watching a movie, eating my popcorn and writing something during commercials. And then I submitted it. And the next day she called me and she said, we have retired English majors and professors that can help you write your essay. And I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't know it was like official and so formal. I already submitted my essay and nominated Red Cross. And she was like, oh, okay, that's fine. And I forgot about it. And then one day I got a call from Toyota and they said, you won $25,000. Over 4,000 nominations came in and voted for over 500 nonprofits. And mine won the $25,000. So I was like, yay. But in that essay, I said, I don't have to sit. Before I used to sit and watch Red Cross on TV, military families being reconnected and being reunited. Right? And I always thought to myself, one day when I grow up, I want to be just like those cool people that wear the Red Cross vest. But in my essay, I'm paraphrasing, I said that these people are in the middle of chaos. They've lost everything, what they identified with, their property, their sense of self, and they really needed this hand from the Red Cross to reach out to them, to let them know that they're not alone. And that we would be there to walk them, through this trauma that they had just experienced. And I truly believe, like even with your folks' recent floods, you folks had a lot of family members. You guys had 60-something family members in Matafala Elementary. And these families had, experienced trauma in their own households. So what are we doing collectively to help them? And what are we doing after they go home to help the community be better prepared, right? So these are the questions that I just want to really push out there and keep asking. Part of our other framework is also understanding who's surrounding us and who's our support. For me, it's my division leaders. We have 6 divisions throughout CONUS and the territories. We're Pacific Islands region. The problem with our region, it's not a problem, but the unique thing about our region is that we are surrounded by water everywhere, right? We don't get in a car like the people in California and Texas to drive to the next state if the air flights was not available. We don't have that luxury. We have to get on a plane and bring help to each other. So that is one of my biggest concerns is and actually that's what happened during the last flood, is trying to figure out how I was going to bring people to help Leilani. And unfortunately, the flights were booked going in and out, so nobody could come to Leilani. That means that whatever is happening on this island, whatever we've done for over the past year in building and, just like survival training, what have we done to collect, to store, to prepare, to be ready, because we're going to be on our own for a little bit until the cavalry can fly in. Working with FEMA to try to hop one of their planes if it became a thing. We don't know how we're going to get here to get to you, so what do you have in the meantime? How are you going to hold the fort before we get here to help you? That's my big heartburn and question. So the uniqueness of our islands, my region, and then I'm dealing with an international time zone as well. So that's another catch for me to try to balance. Last year I shared the sphere of support, and that places Hawaii Island in the smack dab in the middle of this circle. The next slide, please. Where it illustrates that we don't intersect with any landmass. And then you move that circle over to Puerto Rico being at the center, and Puerto Rico intersects with North America and South America. And despite all of this intersection with landmass, where there's people, where there's potential help, Puerto Rico is still in 7 years of restoring their infrastructure, and they're not 100% up and running yet. That's 7 years. So if you take that circle back and you put Hawaii Island in the middle of that circle, we're kind of sitting ducks, and it goes right back to what are we going to do to take care of ourselves until the cavalry can come. Next slide, please. Everything that we get to the Hawaiian Islands and to American Samoa is by port, right? But how long is it to reconstitute the port if it's damaged and if things cannot come in by boat? is there a possibility of by airplane? I don't know who was asking, if anybody's asking those questions. I know I asked those questions and I met with your port people, and it was a good learning curve, because that helps me understand when I'm going to have what I'm going to get, right? I need to go buy and purchase a whole bunch of disaster relief supplies to support the island, but I need to figure out how am I going to get here. Next slide. So with American Samoa, same thing with the sphere of support. You folks intersect with part of Australia and New Zealand is where the possibility of getting help from. I don't know what your mitigation plans or what your response plans are. But for the Hawaiian Islands, it's about 3,000 to Japan and 2,000 miles to California. We don't touch anything. You folks do. You guys are within that sphere of support. And then there's those Pacific Island nations that are also in there. But my assumption is that if American Samoa gets impacted severely by a storm, then chances are that the other islands may be equally impacted. So how do we get support? How do we prepare for just in case that nobody can come help us? The rest of our framework is volunteer services with Red Cross. We have over 1,900 volunteers. Next slide. We also have services to the armed forces where we have veterans who have served our nation, as well as bring that military personnel home to reunite them with the family. We're part of that program of making sure that we can connect those families. I'm just quickly summarizing our program and building out the rest of our resilience framework here. Communications, super core. Many people just kind of relate it to, like, yeah, that's the guy that pushes out the newsletter, but that's the guy also that runs interference with misinformation and also has to deal with social media misinformation and bashing and all that stuff. So I don't want to marry this guy. I don't like his job. Next slide. Fundraising and philanthropy. Yes, Red Cross has funds. No, Red Cross does not set it up to give it out freely. It does have to be met with criteria of disaster impacted standards. And so with Lahaina, the goal was set at, I think, was 3 million, and we ended up raising 62 million. So during Blue Skies, we talked to corporate partners and raised funds to help support the operations of the American Red Cross. And then during Gray Skies, we sort of kind of balance it to scale of the disaster that's occurring. Thank you. Next slide. For my department, I do all that. Summarizing it, we prepare, respond, and recover. Next slide. Community design, this is the one I wanted to get to, that's why I was rushing through it. Community design is my third interpretation of resilience by design. This is enlisting the help of our community, truly. I've not had the opportunity to meet with our Samoan Affairs Department yet. I've tried for 3 years, and I'm going to try again and keep trying and trying. I'm going to, like, duct tape myself to the person as soon as Leilani tells me who that is. But it's getting to the villages. Last year when I spoke with we attended the Samoan Affairs meeting with all the village chiefs. I was asked to come back and talk to the village chiefs. I'm really interested in wanting to know what's all in the village. What kinds of resources does the village have or not have? What kinds of facilities does the village have or not have? Can we do an assessment? Can we do a survey? Can we walk through and look at these buildings and see if it meets the criteria to be a shelter to hold people until we can get them back home? Like, I'd like to have those conversations, and this is all part of being resilient by design. Having the talk, having the chat, training people, training the communities on what it looks like to prepare, respond, and recover, and help them understand. And a lot of these guys are kind of repeat. We have a lot of repeat clients, right? And the question should go back to, you got impacted the last time and you're impacted again. What are you doing to try to help mitigate this issue? Because you keep, like, encountering these issues. Maybe it's not resolvable, but I don't know if anybody's actually asking that question. So what we do for partners is we provide training. There's a Ready Rating app that we offer to all agencies to really, it's a pretty cool app because it allows you to get on there and answer all these questions, and it'll grade you just like school. It'll tell you if you're at 60%, if you got a D, or if you got a B or an A. But it's gonna let you know how prepared you are to be able to have continuity of operations. Sorry, can you go back to that other slide? What can the partners do for us? We're always looking for resources. We're always looking to see what do you have on the island so I can match it. There's a nonprofit organization on the Big Island that's built this how to be a resilient hub, and it really focuses on each individual community to ask the question about, you live in a valley and there's this pesky wind that keeps blowing through and that starts up brush fires, and you live by an estuary or by a river that keeps flash flooding when the rains get too heavy. So what can we do to address those issues? And if you are impacted, it makes better sense for me to purchase a cooler for people who are without power to preserve their food, and cleanup supplies for those that are experiencing floods, instead of just general supplies like batteries that may or may not help you. So my job is to ship things in according to the needs. I have no idea what the needs are yet, because I still have yet to speak to the villages and to find out. One of our communities back at home is a kupuna, or elderly community, and they have a lot of needs for power, power strips, generators to power up their oxygen tanks, or if it's the one that you plug in, their dialysis machines. Like, that's the stuff I need to know. Otherwise, I'm going to drop off a cooler with the guy who actually needs power, and I don't want to be that ineffective to my job. For government and community resources, really want to get to know what you guys have. Partner events, if you guys have partner events, it would be great to just mix and mingle, because we learn from the community as well about what their needs are. Back at home, we are building out all of our communities to adopt a shelter. I mean, the building is opening up right next to your house. Let's adopt a shelter, and we can train them to do that. And then our preparedness program, which is the mitigation part. We install free alarms. We go to schools and teach children. There are little ambassadors that go back home and go say, this guy just gave me this book and was talking about disasters. Mom, what did you do for it? Right? So we teach kindergarten to second graders. And then we also talk about wildfire, which is, I have not learned if this is a thing here, but on all of the other islands it is. With our government partners, collaborating with you folks, the invitation that I put out earlier, so that we can have a unified message and mission, understanding each other's roles so we're not duplicating efforts, being supportive, and not saying that's not my job, so I don't know what you're talking about, but being flexible and being supportive, offering all of this training, and then talking about mitigation again. And this is what happens when your design fails. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, how about another round of applause for our keynote speaker, Ms. Rainice Baines. Thank you for making your time here and in our beautiful islands of American Samoa. All right, we are going to take a break this time, and I would like to call everyone to please make your way to the front so we can take our photo, and before we move into our training sessions. So, whaamamole walau atu le manu me paia o tatou awhia, pe o whai o tatou awai me iluma nei mo le tatou ata, ia o na whaauawa i leo le tatou training session, ma lau whaaloalo te le whaatai.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVCK TV, Pango Pango, Amerika, Samoa. You are watching KVCK TV Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
Mo na mato avele vi inga ile tua ina wa ulia manuia el fa moe moe ole epico po mal pa ia pule anga ya tuile manua o se fa fong ole alofa ole tua wa mafu ai le nei aso ma le nei tai au le manuia O paia o Samoa ele to a whangaina e sa mātou whamatalanga o sa le avea e tū mau e mai ai le vavau e o le whaavau tau ia ina mātou pai iai ina ne ilape na mātou pesi
Army Pacific, and our guest speaker from the South Pacific community. Thank you for being here. Your commitment to disaster resilience is vital. Our Resilience by Design program aims to bring community leaders together to anticipate challenges and optimize outcomes. I'm honored to introduce our first presenter on flood mapping, Mr. Nicholas Emilio, planner and economist with HARP-T, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Ms. Sarah Wedge, a hydrology and hydraulics engineer with Honolulu District. Please join me in welcoming them to our stage.
Hello everybody, my name is Nicholas Emilio and I'm a planner and economist with the Hawaii-Alaska Regional Planning Team, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. With me I have Sarah Wedge, who is a hydraulics and hydrology engineer with the Honolulu District. Okay, so we are going to kick off our set of training modules. We'll have 4 modules to walk through, but before we get into it, we're just going to provide an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. All right, so we are hosting a set of training modules, and the purpose is to provide our emergency management practitioners and just the stakeholders that we've gathered here today with some tools and best practices to support community resilience, specifically to flood hazards. These set of trainings are being delivered under the Section 251 of the Floodplain Management Services Program. So this program allows us to engage in interagency projects, usually centered on community engagement, information sharing, and cross-agency collaboration. We are doing this set of trainings through the Silver Jackets program. The Silver Jackets team for American Samoa is it's a forum for everybody to come together, talk about all of our different capabilities that we bring to the table, share information, and better prepare for disasters, and particularly on flooding. So for this project, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has partnered with ODAPM as well as the Governor's Resilience Office to deliver a set of trainings in support of this year's summit. We'll be having 4 trainings. These are going to include floodplain mapping, developing inclusive and accessible emergency action plans. We're going to talk a little bit about U.S. Army Corps regulatory requirements, and then also talk about wetland delineation and floodplain management. So you're going to be hearing from myself as well as a few other folks from the Corps. So I've already introduced myself. We also have Ms. Eva Salah, who is a planner with the Pacific Ocean Division. She'll be talking after in the next training module, as well as Ms. Vera Costello, who is a regulatory specialist with the Honolulu District. And Sarah is an H&H engineer for Honolulu District. She'll be here with me during our first training module for any technical questions that you may have about hydraulics and hydrology. All right, so we have 45 minutes planned for each training module. This is meant to give you all some ideas to talk about, but we also want to gather ideas from the experts in the room. We want you to bring your expertise, institutional knowledge, and concerns as people who live here in the community. Ask questions or let us know if something isn't clear. We want you to get something out of this. We don't want this to be a lecture series. Okay, so we're going to start with our first training module. This is on floodplain mapping. So, just again, introducing ourselves, I'm Nick Emilio and Sarah Wedge, and we'll be running through this training module. All right, so what we are hoping that everybody can get out of this is that we're at least going to all have a basic definition of what floodplain mapping is, be able to identify some context in which floodplain maps could be useful. I'm thinking particularly in the realm of emergency planning and infrastructure planning, to develop some knowledge of existing floodplain mapping data and tools that can be used to pull floodplain maps for American Samoa, understand challenges and data gaps for American Samoa, and then have a few best practices for flood risk communication, and have thought through some potential areas for collaboration to fill some of the data gaps that we're talking about. Okay, so let's start with the basics. So what is a floodplain? The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers defines a floodplain as the lowland and relatively flat area adjoining inland and coastal waters, including flood-prone areas of offshore islands, and areas that are subject to at least the 1% chance of flooding in any given year. We'll come back to that when we talk about communicating risk. A working definition for this training of floodplain mapping is going to be any visual representation of flooding across a specific area. We'll call this the floodplain. Floodplain maps may show the extents, the depth or stage or water surface elevation of flooding, or the direction that flooding is headed. For this training, we're not going to be picky about data sources. We will define floodplain maps as any spatial tool or visual aid that helps us better understand flood risk. And these can represent flooding from one or many sources. So for American Samoa, we can think about riverine flooding, storm surge from typhoons and hurricanes, tsunami, as well as sea level rise, because we know that we have an issue with sea level rise and subsidence here in American Samoa. So why do we care about floodplain mapping? Well, in order to build that resilience by design, we have to understand the hazards. That's the first step in being prepared. Floodplain maps also allow us to think spatially about flood risk. So when we're planning out our emergency action plans, what are our evacuation routes? How do different pieces of critical infrastructure fit together spatially, and how are those connected? How is risk distributed across our population? It may be that we have an area that has a lot of flooding, but not a lot of people are ever going to be in that area. Or another area may have lower levels of flooding, but there are a lot more people in that area. How do we think about flood depths at structures and on roads? And then how do we plan for flood insurance? How do we plan development of infrastructure, thinking spatially about flood risk? It's important for American Samoa to have good data on flooding extents and depths, because American Samoa faces a unique set of vulnerabilities. These are going to include coastal storms, riverine flooding, tsunamis, sea level rise. American Samoa also has to contend with complicated land ownership structures that make things more difficult to plan than maybe places on the mainland. As our keynote speaker also talked about, we have logistical challenges in American Samoa and in all of the Pacific Islands related to isolation and long lead times. That means our margin for error in planning is very small. Historically, there's been less data collection in American Samoa and all of our Pacific territories and island areas than there has on the U.S. mainland. And again, getting back to that kind of tyranny of distance, our ability to ship supplies to American Samoa is more limited than it would be in mainland areas. Okay, so this summit is all about resilience by design. So for the and adapt to changing conditions and withstand, respond to, and recover rapidly from disruptions. There are 4 principles of resilience that we're going to be talking about. These are going to include preparing, absorbing, recovering, and adapting to hazards. So, as we'll see through this training, floodplain mapping is primarily going to be coming in that preparation phase when we're taking action before a storm to understand what or before in a So everybody, or many of us here are practitioners thinking about emergency action planning. So let's think through a case in which floodplain mapping may be useful. So imagine that you're a leader of a local organization, whether you're a government agency or even thinking down smaller you may be planning for a church or another community group, and you want to make sure that your members are prepared for a flooding emergency. To do this, you plan to update your organization's emergency action plan. What might you want to know before you take on this effort? Take a minute to think through it, thinking specifically about floodplain maps. Whoops. Okay, so thinking through what you all may have thought, here are a couple things that we jotted down, and this isn't an exhaustive list. You may have thought of some other things that may be based on your expertise and subject matter expertise. So before you develop your organization's emergency action plan, you might want to understand what hazards your building might be subject to. Are you subject to tsunami inundation? Are you subject to riverine flooding? Are you in an area that is going to be impacted by storm surge or waves? How far is the nearest safe area? Where do I need to get people to get them out of the inundation zone? And are the roads on the way there likely to be inundated, and by how much water? Another scenario that we might think through is infrastructure planning. We all know that we have to build our infrastructure to be resilient to flooding and to reduce risk to life and property in American Samoa. So imagine that you are an infrastructure planner and your community has experienced frequent and severe flooding over the last several years. You finally got a grant to build an infrastructure project to address that flooding issue. What might you want to know before you decide to design and build that project? Thinking through a few ideas, you might want to understand what the spatial extent of flooding might be. How far does flooding go inland, or what is the extent of where you expect floodwaters to go? How deep is the water in that extent? Is it an inch of water on the ground? Is it feet of water on the ground? And which critical facilities sit in that floodplain? If you have power facilities, community gathering centers, you want to understand how those critical facilities are going to be impacted by flooding. Okay, so we've thought through why floodplain mapping is important and how we might use it. So what data exists now specifically for American Samoa? So there are a set of federal and local or non-federal data sources that have floodplain, that relate to inundation mapping. Now, on the federal side, FEMA has the National Flood Hazard Layer. They also have a Flood Map Service Center where you can pull maps. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, has the Coastal Inundation Dashboard, the sea, lake, and overland surges from hurricane or SLOSH maps, as well as the NOAA Digital Coast Flood Exposure Mapper. I'm going to be showing some screenshots of some of these products, and we do have some links included in our slides. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers also does feasibility studies and produces technical reports that often include floodplain mapping, and we've done a few of these for American Samoa. We're in the process of doing a few as well. On the local or non-federal side, the University of Hawaii and Pacific Islands Ocean Observing System, or PAC-IUS, has the American Samoa Sea Level Rise Viewer, as well as the Voyager tool. These are both web-based tools that allow us to visualize flooding from different sources. And the American Samoa Department of Homeland Security has produced an ArcGIS map that's available online that has tsunami inundation zones. Okay, so looking at a few of these sources and how you might pull them up if you want to do kind of a screening level analysis of what your flood risk might look like. So looking at the FEMA floodplain maps, this is a map that I pulled from for Tafuna, and you can see the link here that we're using. This allows us to go through and look at the FEMA flood zones. So you'll see these are the 1% annual chance flood hazards for both coastal flooding and inland flooding. So you'll see the coastal areas are going to have a V and the inland areas are going to have an A. Again, the link is included here, and these slides are going to be made available after our trainings, so that everybody will be able to access them. Coastal and riverine flood risk, land cover, there's some socioeconomic data, demographic data that can pull, and you can really kind of start to kind of custom make maps for your planning. So here I've pulled a map, and this is going to include tsunami inundation zones. This data comes from University of Hawaii, and I've overlaid it with some critical infrastructure. So you'll see I've toggled on the critical facilities layer. It has a couple of schools, I believe police stations, and a few other critical facilities. This is a really good tool for kind of screening level data collection and really just understanding your flood risk kind of at a glance. All right, this is another map that I made with the NOAA Digital Coast tool. And this is going to have the FEMA flood zones. So similar to that national flood hazard layer, this is just another way of overlaying it and allowing you to put additional data on top of that. Okay, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers also has some studies that we've either completed or ongoing that include floodplain mapping components. So we recently completed a post-disaster watershed assessment that is a few years old now, but it does include floodplain maps for Tutuila. We have ongoing studies that are including floodplain mapping. So both Sarah and I are working on the Tafuna flood risk management feasibility study. This is a study to investigate flood risk management solutions for Tafuna and the surrounding villages. And you can actually see a flood hazard map that we've developed as part of that study on the slide. If you all are interested in that study, we will continually be engaging with the community as that study moves along, and we'll provide some of these maps as we continue to do our community engagement. There's another study, the Tualauta International and Interagency Services Project. This is where the Corps is working on planning and design assistance with DPW and Department of Commerce for drainage improvements in Tafuna. So that's data on the federal side. Let's talk about the non-federal side. The University of Hawaii Department of Ocean and Resources Engineering has a professor that is really the subject matter expert in flood inundation in the Pacific, and particularly around tsunamis. His name is Dr. Chung, and he's put out multiple journals. I talked a little bit about the University of Hawaii Pacific Island Ocean Observing System, or PAC-IUS. They have tools that allow us to access data on waves, current, and particularly sea level rise for American Samoa. I'll show that in a minute. ODAPM has their multi-hazard mitigation plan that does include some identification of flood risk as well. And finally, the American Samoa Department of Homeland Security also has their tsunami zone mapping available online through a GIS-based platform. Okay, so another example of a data source that we can access to understand our flood risk. The Pacific Islands Ocean Observing System, or PAC-IUS, has developed the American Samoa Sea Level Rise Viewer. This is a web-based tool to visualize sea level rise scenarios through the year 2100. So as you can see in the screenshot that I took, this tool allows you to take different scenarios for sea level rise and visualize them over time. So here I've plotted the intermediate curve. We can also do 1 foot increments of sea level rise, and it extrapolates them over time out to the year 2100. But you can toggle them off. So say you have you're concerned about the next 20 years, you can go and move that slider to the right or to the left to find what your sea level rise risk is going to be at that time. So that is a little bit about the data sources that we have. What are some gaps and challenges that we've identified in American Samoa? So working with ODAPM, we sat down and looked at kind of the state of play for floodplain mapping, inundation and precipitation data mapping, and we found a few different data gaps and challenges. We've broken these out into two different types of mapping. So the first is going to be riverine, and the second is going to be coastal storm. So on the riverine side, the FEMA flood maps for American Samoa are pretty old at this point and could probably use a refresh, since we do know that conditions are changing. Additionally, there's no radar precipitation mapping capability by the National Weather Service office here in American Samoa. So that's something that could be improved and allow for more timely understanding of what the impacts of precipitation are going to be. Additionally, there is limited stream gauge data here available here in American Samoa. So at one point there were U.S. Geological Service gauges here in American Samoa, but those had been removed. There are a set of monitoring gauges for the wells that are in place and maintained by the American Samoa Power Authority, but those don't allow for live feeds for people like ASPA themselves, but ODAPM or the National Weather Service. On the coastal side, we have a data set called the Coastal Hazard System that we at the Corps use for a lot of our coastal storm risk management studies. However, that data is very heavily focused on the east and southeast, kind of that Gulf of Mexico area for hurricanes. It does not cover Hawaii and it does not cover the Pacific territories. That is something that could be improved to allow for a better understanding of coastal storm risk. Additionally, while there is the slosh data or sea, land and ocean storm surge maps developed by NOAA, those are really just for Category 1 through 4 hurricanes, and they really don't help us understand the likelihood of those hazards. Category 1 through 4 hurricanes are based on wind speeds and not water levels, so there is some potential issues there for practitioners. And then a lot of the data that is gathered here for American Samoa is focused on Tutuila, and there are less data for the outer islands. So how do we close some of these data gaps? Well, we're all here in the room. We're all coming together as part of this interagency project, as part of the Disaster Resilience Summit, and as part of the Hazard Mitigation Council. So we can work together at the federal, local, and even engage our private partners for data collection and data management. So a few things that we've identified as some potential This is, again, an online-based tool that would allow people to pull it and get those live feeds. And multiple people could benefit from this, including the National Weather Service, our folks here who routinely deal with, who think about flooding, including ASPA and DPW. We could also install staff gauges. These are just gauges that you would install around the island with delineated markings that would allow us to collect the data by hand and log it locally. It's a relatively low expense way to collect data. We could also expand the coastal hazard system data coverage to include Hawaii and the Pacific. And then we can leverage local data collection. So we can do some community-based data collection. In Guam, for example, their Silver Jackets team has done a community-driven high water mark campaign where they've collected data on where the areas of high water are going to be. They've tagged those, and then they've used those to put up signage warning people to not traverse road crossings when there's high water. There's also, if we need kind of custom data to be generated, or if we need data for a specific purpose, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers does have technical assistance programs, including the Floodplain Management Services Program and Planning Assistance to States programs. If you are interested in engaging in that, you can reach out to myself and Eva Salah, who also deals with those programs at the division level for Army Corps of Engineers. Okay, so now that we've thought through data gaps, collaboration, we also need to communicate this risk to the public. So the first thing that we thought that we'd talk about is understanding risk levels. And I'll apologize, this is going to include a little bit of stats and probability. So if you haven't taken that class since college, bear with me. I'll try to make this as easy as I can to follow. So there are two ways that we talk about the risk or probability of flooding. The first is through what we call annual exceedance probability, and the second is a return period. So the annual exceedance probability is the probability in any given year that a rain event or storm will exceed a certain water level. Think about this as every year you're throwing a set of dice and you're trying to figure out whether that number on the dice is going to be above a certain level. So FEMA typically uses the 1% annual exceedance probability floodplain as the base flood for their national flood insurance program. You'll see that on a bunch of different floodplain map products. So that's annual exceedance probability. Return period is the same information conveyed in a different way. So this presents the annual exceedance probability as an X-year event by converting that AEP to a fraction. So for example, the 1% exceedance annual exceedance probability is converted to 1 over 100, and that becomes your 100-year event. The 4% annual exceedance probability event gets converted to 1 over 25 and becomes your 25-year event. So when we're talking to the public about this, they may be accustomed to hearing one or the other. Historically, it has been that X-year event. At the Corps, we've started to move towards annual exceedance probability. And there's the big reason for this is that we want to make sure that when we're talking about flood risk, that we don't get into the mindset that flooding is something that adheres to a schedule. We don't want to think that we're overdue for a certain event, or because an event has happened that we're not going to see it for a long time. So expanding on that, low annual exceedance probability does not mean low risk. So if we think about a 30-year mortgage, in the course of that 30 years, there's a 26% chance that a 1% annual exceedance probability event will happen at least once. There's a some of these events, even though in a given year they may not be very likely. Another thing that we want to think about when we're communicating flood risk to the public is how we talk about flood depth, or the level of water that we're seeing. So when you're looking at some of these flood maps, particularly FEMA maps, we're going to flood water surface elevation, the elevation of the water, is going to be displayed in one of two ways. It's going to be displayed as either a depth or a water surface elevation. You'll also see this called a stage. So thinking about depth, this is the height of the water from the ground. So it's the amount of water that's sitting on top of the ground. And when we use this, it's best used to talk about flooding consequence. Who cares about flooding at my house or flooding on my road. I don't necessarily care that the water is 25 feet above mean sea level. That doesn't really mean much to me. What does mean something is how much water is off the ground, how much inundation is sitting at my house or sitting on the road, so I know if it's safe to cross. Water surface elevation is another way to think about the water level, but it's different use. So water surface elevation is the height of water relative to some static measure, right? This is also referred to as stage, and you'll see it as the level above, for example, mean sea level, mean high water, or mean low water. We don't need to get into what all these mean or when they're used, but we do need to understand when we would use that water surface elevation. This is best used for setting targets. So we need to understand the topography and the water level to set targets for the elevation of different things. So think of this as the heights of your bridges, where you're placing culverts to allow water to go underneath roadways, how high flood walls need to be, and how high you're building your home up above flooding at any given annual exceeds probability event. So I know that was a lot of information and a little bit of stats, which makes everybody's brains kind of explode, even myself, and I took too many stats courses in grad school to count. The key takeaways here are going to be that floodplain maps are used to visualize flood extents, depths, or flow in a given area. We want to use floodplain maps because they're useful, because they allow us to think spatially about flood risk. How is that inundation spread across the geography, and how does it impact people when it is spread? There are several federal and non-federal sources of floodplain mapping for Amerika and Samoa, although there are data gaps. But collaboration between local and federal agencies can help close those data gaps in Amerika and Samoa. And finally, we need to be careful about how we talk about flood risk probability and consequences with the public. We think about flood risk as the probability times the consequence of flooding, and we need to be able to talk to our community members, to our stakeholders, in a way that is digestible and accurate, so that they can understand the flood risk and make informed decisions. That is all I have for today. I'm thankful for everybody's time, and I'm thankful for everybody bearing with me. If there's any questions, we can take those now. Sir.
Yeah. I'm not Director of Public Works. I have a simple question. No, something. The floodplain on the Ima is the worst floodplain in history. I walked from Hawaii, Methodist Church, all the way down the hill to the Assembly of God, all the way behind in front of the college, up to Whakaima, Frontier, and all the way up to the Western facility. It's the worst. We've been talking about this. When we're going to solve this issue? When we're going to improve that stream from Methodist Church from Hawaii, all the way down the hill in front of the college, from Key, and up to behind the correctional facility. And also another extreme, from Manumalo Church up to Manuletes, connected here, and both two streams connect together, cause flooding. How are we going to improve, and how fast we're going to improve that? Because we've been talking on this one. It's never happened. We need to improve. Another thing, the hospital, Pangaalu. Pangaalu Hospital has been surrounded with stream. We need to look at Pangaalu stream. The one behind the hospital and along the shore all the way up to the mountain. So, my recommendation, I think the FEMA need to move in and start to improve those streams. The shoreline, all the way up from Alu to Ongenoa, Aua. Public work built a temporary seawall at Aua. They use about that size of rocks because that's the only thing we can get it. And also I live along the shoreline. I built a illegal seawall for myself to protect my house. So I don't want people to come around behind my house because I built an illegal seawall behind my house to protect my house. If people can help build a seawall behind my house, you're welcome to provide funding to it. So, all we need to move forward and improve all this infrastructure. Because the main road, if something happens to the main road or the seawall, we can't travel back and forth to the hospital or anything. We need your help. Pima, Lutalisei, our former governor said, Lutalisei, accent, not word. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your sentiment. Feel free to come up and talk to me separately about Army Corps projects that we have ongoing. We're also working with Department of Public Works. So if there are questions about any ongoing projects, either for riverine flooding or coastal storm risk, feel free to reach out. We're here and we do want to get that feedback. So I'm open after the set of trainings to talk on the side if you'd like to. Thank you.
Good morning, team. My name is Tasi Monga. I represent, I'm here in behalf of the Senate of American Samoa. Year in and year out, past couple of years, they've called Department of Public Works in, ODAPM, and other people to ask questions where the status of the H&H studies you're doing for all our projects, hydraulic and hydrology. I understand that some of our projects are on hold because of the awaiting the results of your studies. Sandy's here. I don't know how many projects, if there's one or two that are still pending because of the H&H studies. What's the status of those from the Army Corps of Engineers, please?
So we are currently working through our hydraulic data modeling. If you'd like to chat on the side about those efforts and get a status update on any of our core projects, I'm happy to talk through them with anybody who's interested. You can pull me off to the side and we can monopolizing people's times on ongoing projects.
Thank you for that. One project that's in the mind and the center
Tafuna Flood Risk Management Study. That's a combined project with the Department of Public Works. That's still in the feasibility stage. So we're still developing our plans and working towards selecting a plan. We also have the two allowed international and interagency services project. This is where the Corps is just working to provide some technical assistance around H&H as well as design for a project that DPW and Department of Commerce are going to build at some point. Again, if there are questions about the schedule or about kind of where we're at with those projects, I encourage you to pull me off to the side. I will make myself available but I do want to get through the trainings. I understand that there is concern about the status of these projects, and I do understand they are a long time in coming. So I'm happy to talk through them personally with anybody who's interested.
Thank you again. But I wanted to emphasize that.
I'm sorry?
I wanted to emphasize that wharf is like a lifeline for our people in Aunuu, and that we're down to one boat servicing that because of the effects of the tides. Please, I'm asking to please put a priority. I know it's a collaboration between Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. So
study that's happening, and I know it's with ASPA. I wasn't sure if you're aware of that, because aquifer management is one of the things that we're looking for, just because over 90% of our water is from the underground. So if there's any opportunity for aquifer management, especially with potentially directing the floods to a place that we can recharge our aquifers, that would be great. Thank you.
Are you working with Bureau of Reclamation on that study?
Yes.
Okay, we are networked in with some of the folks working there, so we have talked to them about that study, and we are taking it into consideration as part of our plans. Thank you. Thank you for everybody's time. Thank you for your questions. We do appreciate everybody's engagement with the Corps in American Samoa. We're happy to be a partner out here. We are happy to be part of building resilience for American Samoa. So thank you for everybody's time. I'm going to hand it over to Eva Salah, who's going to be talking about emergency action plans as our next training. Thank you.
Ia malo lawal soi fua malangi mal pa ia malo tatso maftangale nei tai out. My name is Eva Laufauma Salah. I go by Eva for short. I'm a senior planner with the Civil Works Integration Division with the Pacific Ocean Division. What that means is we oversee the Army Corps of Engineers Civil Works program in the Pacific Basin, which consists of Alaska, the state of Alaska, the state of Hawaii, Guam, CNMI, as well as American Samoa. On this effort, the Honolulu district as well as the Alaska district have graciously allowed me to participate. So you just heard from our team lead, Malangaya Lesungayanik. And my session that I'll be giving is on developing inclusive and accessible emergency action plans with resilience by design in mind. I will also apologize in advance to the non-Samoan speakers in the room. This presentation is going to be inadvertently bilingual. I will not be able to help it if my mother tongue kicks in because I am home. So I'm happy to present and try my best to revert back to English. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so at the conclusion of this session, I hope that the participants would build up capacity in the purpose of emergency action plans, and then scoping and planning those EIPs with a focus on flood emergency. Our charge as the Army Corps of Engineers and Civil Works is really to do with water resource projects. So we will kind of journey through from the high level of multiple hazards down to flood emergency. I was very excited to hear from the keynote speaker this morning because some of the realities that she spoke about really would be things that would be supported and facilitated by having EAPs or emergency action plans in place. So also she touched upon this, and I will go further into it, is the importance of integrating our cultural context and the social structures to strengthen and implement these emergency action plans. We will go into the components. Now familiar with flooding inundation maps because they are a critical piece of having an emergency action plan. All right, starting from the top as far as the local government is concerned. We were shared this American Samoa Hazard Mitigation Plan that was just updated in June 2025, so hopefully you are also familiar with it, and it's being, That was something that even the previous participants asked about. We don't have all of the resources. Not even the federal government has all unlimited resources. We are in this era of needing to be prioritize projects, programs, and activities that continue to save lives and reduce losses from the impacts of natural disasters. You may be familiar that there were previous versions issued since the early 2000s, with the latest one before this one being in 2020. What we found is the latest version identifies multiple flooding hazards, including sea level rise, flooding, tropical cyclones, and tsunamis. It also does a great job of identifying all of the stakeholders' assets. It's very comprehensive, as well as the responsibilities. So commending Director Olo and the former director for all flooding issues and emergency response. So it lists prepare strategies, policies, and reports on hazard mitigation issues, including hazard mitigation policy. Another function is to ensure that territorial agencies collaborate and cooperate fully to develop and execute sustainable hazard mitigation actions that will reduce the risks posed by all hazards to the territory. And I bolded and capitalized collaborate and execute because without either, your emergency action plan is going to wind up just being another document that is shelved or taking up space as a PDF in all of our computers. And then there is also Chapter 5. You have the local government has 15 emergency support functions. So you're welcome to go through that, but the team and I identified, again, the ones that seem to speak out or link directly to emergency response and emergency action. So DHS being identified as a lead for information and planning, including development of incident action plans, as well as public safety as a lead for public safety and security in the case of an emergency, and then the long-term community recovery. So I wanted to begin from the umbrella le whaamalu le lalo uma le e whaamalu malu o le mitigation hazard planning le Amerika Samoa manua. Excuse me. Okay, so what is the purpose of an emergency action plans? Why do we need one? Of a hazard's characteristics and lays out a set of actions in response to said hazard. So all of that to say that it ought to benefit and to support the communities for which these EAPs are written for. It needs to be implementable and action focused. It can be written for planning areas and governing jurisdictions, and we'll go into detail on this on the next few slides. On the county, at the village, county, state, or territorial level, it could be focused on a natural boundary. It could be a watershed. It could be on the mainland. You know, we have projects that are levees and dams, and so those are systems that if there's too much water or there's an emergency, the whole system may be detrimental to to any residents that are in the vicinity of the area. So it can also be written for a levee or a highway or a port system. It can also be written for an organization or a business, or a church or a community group. Hope House, for an example. And in this, what we will dive into, it could be written for a single risk or multiple hazards, as long as the response to those hazards would be complementary, in that there would not be any duplication of efforts or like an overstretching of resources. Okay, so Nick mentioned that our participation here at the, and we're very honored to participate and to facilitate these trainings. It is through the FPMS 251, Section 251, and one of the, those key outcomes under this program is this flow chart right here, and as we will find, an emergency action plan really does support and facilitate assessing the risk, raising awareness, prompting that action, and then reducing and manage the risk. So it falls right in line with design. So many different hazards, as you all know, but without having a focus and an emergency objective, it can be difficult to actually map out what your response plan would be. So one step, the one thing that you could do to try to focus and scope the emergency plan is to define the key hazards to which this plan is in response to, and having an emergency objective. So we can start with, it could be a tropical cyclone or a hurricane, and then from that, that's one hazard on its own, and it could lead down. It often does lead down to, immediately after a tropical cyclone, we have water shortage. Recently, it wasn't a tropical cyclone; it was a rain event, but there were landslides, power outages, and flooding. It usually accompanies a tropical cyclone, and inevitably, life safety is threatened. In the case of tsunami, these are similar hazards that kind of flow from that. Coastal infrastructure damage. Depending on the location, water may become inundated with salinity, and so it may not be potable for a while. And then again, life safety is threatened. So kind of scoping that down. Continuing down to, like, as I mentioned, sometimes it's not necessarily a tropical cyclone. It could just be heavy rainfall events. Just to put in perspective, American Samoa's average rainfall per year is 125 inches. I currently live in Mobile, Alabama, where the average rainfall is 66 to 67 inches. So putting that in perspective, we can reasonably expect that the territory and the Pacific Islands just get a lot of water. It is one of the things that we keep discussing in our civil works programs and our projects, that the amount of water that we receive here and leads to flooding in American Samoa is very different from the flooding events in New Orleans. It's very different from the flood events in Oregon or Portland. So putting it in perspective, we can recognize that yes, we do receive a lot of water, and flooding is often a hazard that we might want to develop an emergency action plan for. So kind of continuing to, weave that focus in from tropical cyclone to a heavy rainfall to flooding, and recognizing, there's often inadvertently infrastructure damage from all of the flooding, as well as life safety issues. Now, what are the elements of an emergency action plan? There's quite a few, but what we are going to highlight here in this would you call it a beehive? Beehive graph is, there's ought to be a clear notification process, emergency detection, response, incident management, roles and responsibilities. Without clear roles and responsibilities and collaborative partners, it's going to be very difficult to get this off the ground and implemented. I purposely made preparedness a really huge thing, a huge polygon, because that is very necessary for our communities, anticipating the rainy season, anticipating that we get more than 100 inches of rain. And then from that preparedness, we can also implement flood fighting techniques before the actual rain event occurs. And then inundation maps, I'm not going to go into that, as Nick had covered that in the previous session, but I did put this picture there in this particular slide, because it's also important to recognize the communities and integrate the feedback inputs, the system, the sophisticated system of the Samoa in our emergency action planning. And I'm excited to talk about it in the next few slides. Okay, from a document, layout and perspective, if you've had your emergency action plan, this is how a best practice of setting it up. You want a section on the summary of the emergency action plan responsibilities, that notification of flowcharts, the statement of purpose, like what is the purpose of this emergency action plan? Again, without a purpose, or a purpose that is too broad, that we're trying to fit too many things under it, we're going to be ineffective. So agree on what the purpose, what the emergency objective is. We talked about what the system is, or the description of it. We often call this the project area or the study area, or it could be the county. So you need to describe all of the facilities and some of the, what the geographic and the, H&H characteristics of that area. It needs to be described. Incident response process, again, roles and responsibilities in detail, preparedness, and inundation maps. The sections that are bolded are the ones this would be maybe a multi-session training, but we're trying to squeeze it all in 45 minutes. So I'm going to focus. Okay, roles and responsibilities. Having a good, successful emergency action plan needs to have these clear roles and responsibilities of all the involved parties that must be described. Obviously, when you have these partners together in the room, there would need to be a workshop to really define these responsibilities, and then that will ensure effective and timely action. is taken should an emergency occur. Now the next two boxes, they're not exhaustive. There's much more partners, potential partners and stakeholders that ought to be involved in emergency action planning and emergency action plans, but these are just examples. Homeland Security under the EOC, or that partner, the Department of Youth and Women's Affairs. We focused on listing those organizations and offices that are attending to our most vulnerable, if you can recognize that. On the federal side, we have FEMA, NOAA. There's a whole slew of technical information, because we talked about there needs to be all of the updated technical data to inform the emergency action plan. It can also be a community-based emergency action plan. And I'll take some time on this. I'm going to skip over Ekalesia for a second here and go into the village setting. The purpose of an emergency action plan is to support our communities in the case of an emergency. And we also just talked about limited resources, even at the federal government level. However, in the wisdom of in our culture, we have already had these social structures through the whainga nu'upule nu'umamatai that lead, the groups, and sometimes you have a committee of tina, matamaitai, or aumanga and autalavo. These are the community members that you see daily. These are the people that you engage with, and they know where you live. They know who which elderly auntie is living where. That's such an intimate understanding of where your community and who your community members are, that in the case of an emergency, it ought to be you who know auntie who's over there to support and facilitate. So there are already these organizations within our village community that they often encounter throughout the year, because they lived and they grew up there. It is also without, we're now also recognizing that not all villages have an actual active whainga nu'u. Like we're in Tafuna, which is one of that. But we have our ekalesia, we have our multiple, faith-based institutions. And then for those of our sisters and brothers, our residents who are non-Samoan, they also find home and are connected to some form of faith-based institution. And so that's also where, a way to streamline some of these community emergency action plans is utilizing these existing social structures within our Samoan society. I'm happy to pause here to take any questions or any feedback.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the session about emergency action plan. My name is Lisa. The question is there a mechanism in place to exercise these plans? We can have a lot of plans, but how do we engage the community, the churches, in exercising the plan, so when disasters do occur, the people out in the community, in the villages, in the churches, the businesses, they know exactly what to do because they have exercised their plan.
Yes, the mechanism that I would say it may be in place, but perhaps needs to be strengthened. In that, and obviously, as soon as I get into the Samoan, these Samoan affairs, obviously a key piece and organization that would be involved in spearheading these things is Office of Samoan Affairs. Before I joined the Corps, I was part of I worked for the local government of independent Samoa, where we executed a World Bank funded project on climate resilience. And that experience entailed working with villages and the equivalent of OSA'a in Apia, which is Ministry of Women. At the time, it was Ministry of Women and Social Development, to work with the village communities to develop their community or integrated management plans. So that was the mechanism. It was a pilot program, I will say, but we leveraged all the existing structures that we had. The mechanism consisted of navigated communities together. Now I'm gonna switch it over to another example in the mainland. Just strictly, so I mentioned that I live in Mobile, and there is also the neighborhood communities. So we are part of we are part of a neighborhood, and now it's kind of gone virtual where everybody has a Facebook group. So there are similarities in implementing, and then it just takes the community organization, which we are pretty great at, and they have to buy in. I will also emphasize that if the communities have to buy in and be fully on board on the community on developing these EAPs and being involved. So it might take a while for it to take root, but I hope that answers the question. Okay, and then okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Salah. I'd like to ask you, you mentioned that we have an action plan in place, and it's probably written in 2020. My question is, I know we're talking about updating that because of the different circumstances. In American Samoa, who would take the leading role in developing a new emergency action plan? Would it be Dangar? With the help of Samoan Affairs to exercise the duties and responsibilities of the Pulinu'us if something happened? For instance, the government agencies in their roles, the search and rescue, the police. I understand that when it does happen and the Emergency Operations Center is activated, it's the Director of Department of Homeland Security is the one that takes command, or is it the governor? Please comment on that. Thank you.
I will not. That would be an excellent question for the local agencies that are here to respond to that. And I will come back. The plan that I pointed to is the hazard mitigation plan that was interagency in terms of, that was a locally led, that's a local document led by ODAPM. And if you peruse it, it lists whose responsibility for specifically what emergency support function, specific emergency support functions. There's also some overlaps. So I'd also be happy to open the floor to the ESF guards or those who own those ESFs to respond to that. What I'm presenting on is emergency action planning based on some of what's existing out there, and it's loosely also based on a Corps of Engineers pamphlet that it was developed with levees and dams in mind, and we customize it to fit the context of American Samoa and its flooding issues.
Hi, thank you for Moa. I would like to emphasize on the EOC, the Territorial Commanding Coordinator Officer is our Director for Homeland Security. Once the EOC is activated, with the help of our Governor's Authorized Representative, which is our AG. So we do not really need the Governor to be in the EOC. He'll be in it once it's activated, but the territorial coordinator officer, which is the Director of Homeland Security, will be in charge when the EOC activates. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Director. And then just the last box, the summary of EAPs. If you recall, it was listed as the first section in the layout or the format of your emergency action plans, because it's really, in the case of an emergency, do we really need all of the stakeholders to be flipping all the way to the back to access and review their roles and responsibilities? It needs to be summarized concisely left at the beginning of the document to detail those critical steps for responding to an incident and for the implementation of the action plan. Okay, on notification, flowcharts, and communication. It's really critical to, we spoke a little bit about the vulnerable or the vulnerable groups within our communities and how the development of emergency action plans should have them in mind and be intentionally integrated, utilizing all the different methods of communications to be in touch with them and to support them in the case of an emergency. So it's important to have a clear notification flowchart presented in your emergency action plan that you discuss with your participants and the different agencies, the stakeholders, on how that communication, in the case of whatever emergency, will be followed. So this is just a very loose example because really it is customizable to your specific focus of the emergency action plan. We talked about the different types that it can be written for. It can be for a specific area, the village, it could be a system, or it could be by natural boundary. So for an example of that, notification of recipients so that everybody understands the component could be, it is the National Weather Service through the meteorology. The flooding element is they anticipate, they see the rainfall forecast. And critical to that notification flowchart is having defined emergency levels. And this varies by the type of hazard, the area, as well as the system or the system. So it could go from watch versus warning or alert and all that. So these are things that the different participants and organizations that are working on the EAP can define. So the second row here, in the mitigation hazard plan, it highlights EOC as the clearinghouse for all of the emergency management communications. So if you're willing, or if you're with EOC, and if you have feedback, welcoming an example of how that flow, notification flow would go. I also mentioned emergency levels, like having predefined emergency levels is to provide clear external communications on event condition and parties' incident management activities. It is great if you have them defined, but if your partners B, C, D, and E don't have the same definition, then your notification and your communication is still going to break down. You're either going to cause unnecessary panic, or because of an inconsistent definition of emergency levels, some community members may not grasp the gravity of the situation of the emergency. So spending time in developing those notification flow charts involving the parties and the agencies, community groups that will have the roles and responsibilities is pretty important. So how that looks in practice is, you would have a list of persons to be notified for each emergency condition, procedures for notification, that is the order, and order of that communication to be included and updated regularly. There's also, one of the challenges would be turning over in staff or in community members. They may move abroad, and so you need to, it would be important to update those rosters regularly, as well as having like a strategy for a description of primary and secondary means of communications to be used. Communication communication in emergency management planning, it can be a session on its own on developing the communication strategy and a communication plan in terms of emergency action planning. However, we are kind of like compressing all of these concepts into a 45-minute session. I'm gonna kind of just, go cover it broadly here. Okay, special considerations of the elderly and our, this was a stat that I think Nick pulled, and I was happy to see it being, laid out. Per the 2020 census, just under 9% of American Samoa's populations are over 62 years old. And this group is particularly, they have increased flood vulnerability. They're going to be less likely to evacuate, less likely to have personal emergency action plans. The keynote speaker earlier this morning talked about her family personal emergency action plan and kits and all of that. These are our, our dear elderly grandparents that will less likely have and will be dependent on, that will need support. They experience higher mortality rates during events and hospitalizations. So when we plan out and scope out the EAP, we do need to have a clear, actionable plan for how we would be supporting them. If they cannot evacuate during an event, what are the alternatives? What are the alternatives within the vicinity? What are the strategies to make sure that they are safe and they have the provisions that they would need? It's also important to coordinate, the development. I think we've covered this so far as recognizing the coordination organizations coordinate with. That last bullet point is to just highlight that TAWA would be an important stakeholder in defining and developing a EAP with the elderly in mind. And then we also talked about the importance of defining and having that system and area description. I know that sometimes it's kind of hard to bring yourself around to describing your own area. It's the village, like you kind of take it for granted. You don't really take the time to really describe the characteristics, the features, like what infrastructure is in place in your community, in your village, because you live there. It's kind of daily. However, it is important to describe it from the context of an emergency and what happens during an emergency, and as well as if like Red Cross or another partner from a local government who's not necessarily, this is not their area of responsibility, but they could pick it up and say, okay, they've mobilized the team based on their roles and responsibilities and the state or where the emergency is at. They ought to be between strategy X or step X or Y, Z, and so it's really an actionable plan. I think both Lefiongole Lieutenant Governor and the Reverend both mentioned that this is a call to action. And so when we think of our emergency action plans, it really is a document where you're uniting behind it and acting on it in the case of an emergency. So for an example, things that you would describe in a system or a watershed or even the flood dynamics is identifying and describing the roads that are prone to adverse effects to a flood event or a system. Because I'm sure over one's lifetime, you could recognize, and somebody brought up Whangaima Road, so everybody's aware that road would probably be inaccessible when there's heavy rainfall. Identifying any alternate evacuation plans. And again, this is where those inundation floodplain maps showing the spatial extent and the severity of the risks can also be helpful. Okay, on preparedness and emergency action, I'm going to try to cover this really, really briefly because I know there's a lot of information. But this is a very brief sample example from a emergency action plan for a levee system or a dam and safe levee system. It's not overly wordy. You need it to be like very calling out exactly what the protective action option would be, and it corresponds to exactly what the flood threat is. So, for example, if there's the flood threat, it could be just significant for occupied structures and evacuation route. What's your protective action plan? Evacuate now via vehicle, or it's not, the risk is such that the pedestrians can evacuate on foot, avoid the area and such. So again, it comes down to having all the teams that are involved in this emergency action plan singing from the same music sheet is what they always say, and having those same definitions for what those emergency levels are and what those protective action options would be. I'd also highlight, the flood threats can also be briefly described, there's no threat outside of the channel. So you could stay in place or avoid the area or continue normal activities. So that's just a sample example, or just an example of having done the work on the preparedness side of having all of these, having workshops where you define you may be familiar with this. This was the resilience framework that Nick had on his presentation. And as I wrap up mine, we've talked about a lot of different concepts. I wanted to bring it back and weave it back into this principle of resilience, preparing, absorbing the hazard, the flood hazard in this case, recover and adapt. It is our ability to anticipate, prepare for, and adapt to changing conditions and withstand, respond to, and recover rapidly from disruptions. So where EAPs are developed would be in the prepare bubble of the phase, and when you act it out, when it's implemented, when it's actionable, it hits absorbing, it facilitates absorbing all that hazard or that flooding hazard, helps communities recover and then adapt. Because I think earlier our keynote speaker also mentioned the importance of after-action reviews and how we need to be open to giving feedback and receiving feedback, because all of that improves the next round of how we respond, how we prepare and absorb and recover from these hazards. Okay, best practices. These were best practices obtained from FEMA, from the Corps of Engineers itself, and then other Silver Jackets teams. So one would be build regular updates and drilling into the emergency action plans. So this could be emergency exercises, holding very agenda, exercises that have agendas on it that are focused on elevating the capacities of your emergency respondents and keeping them up to date with the different risks, and as we come out with different technology, understand whatever the hazard dynamics are. It's really important to hold these emergency exercises that can be tabletop exercises. Guam, the Silver Jackets team of Guam recently successfully completed their tabletop exercise on flood, right on. But the point is, it's the communities that lead these. It's the local agencies that are getting together and having these tables, because they know, your communities, where the water goes. And so it's important to have those emergency exercises in collaboration with with the agencies, the federal agencies that are the providers of technical information. Train and update, so update your rosters and contact information, we talked about that. Train and update the procedures prior to high-risk periods. So this is another challenge, a layer of challenge for our EAPs. It would have to be in Samoan. It would have to be readable by our elderly folks, like whom English is not their first language. So the procedures also need to be updated prior to those high-risk periods, and then communicated in whatever language that community would benefit from, or that the majority speak. Make sure that plans are also disseminated widely in places where stakeholders are likely to access them. They're not made to sit in a nice air-conditioned room. When they ought to be written with the community and then given to the communities or the organizations that these are written for. Could be ASCC, could be, there's multiple ways. If the EAPs will be functional and accessible, you can tailor it to whatever that purpose would be. Public communications and reminders prior to hazards, like recognizing hurricane and rainy season. I know that we're in this age that all of the information that I am presenting to you right now is in competition with the TikToks that are gonna go viral. So, keeping that in mind too, that having intentional good public communication strategies so that the correct information is disseminated is also something that we gotta integrate into emergency action planning and not the afterthought. You mentioned that your marketing person also has the unfortunate job of trying to, manage the misinformation, and that will inadvertently be part of all of this preparation for emergency response, which is why I'm going to keep hammering this. Having consistent definitions where your stakeholders, your community members are on board and they buy into it will be really, really useful. As well as establishing government, private, community dialogue to make sure that all of your plans are aligned. It really is, the key word here is dialogue. It really hinges on the dialogue between Department of Health and because you may look at your plan and then Leilani's plan might be actually doing something similar, and then there you can share resources, and then your plans are aligned and you're achieving a greater mission, or you're achieving the mission more successfully because now you've combined resources and instead of trying to replicate efforts. I think I have one more slide. Okay, well, I had a key takeaway slide and another colorful beehive chart, so I'm just gonna say it. So I know that was a lot of information thrown at you, but if there were 3 things that I would ask you to keep in mind and take away is, the first one is collaborate with the different levels of government and levels of governing systems to include our social structures, like the villages, as well as the ekalesia, the nonprofit groups that have already dedicated themselves in mobilizing and supporting a mission or a function or for a specific community. The second one would be the importance of having updated inundation plans. Oh, thank you. Okay. So collaborative emergency action planning that leverages these Samoan social structures, collaboration among local agencies with clear roles and responsibilities for emergency actions and response, as well as consistent and updated inundation maps and technical data to inform your emergency action plan. So turning once more to this beehive that you now see have different colors, I know there's multiples, but what we covered throughout this session consisted of the green polygons are things you would do before an event, preparedness and emergency detection, and then which would also include flooding inundation maps, updated ones, and then the orange ones are things that would are actions during an event, so the notification process and clear roles and responsibilities. So I'd be happy to take any comments and questions, and thank you for your time.
Talofa, good afternoon. Are we gonna load up my presentation? Well, I'll get started. My name is Vera Costello. Last name sounds a little like Elvis Costello. No relation, sorry. I'm the third out of 4 training modules today being provided by the Army Corps of Engineers. And so that's who I am. And there I am, Vera Costello. Let's get a little crowd participation. Hands up if you enjoyed this morning's delicious breakfast. Yes, that's right. Delicious breakfast, that's what's up, okay. Hands up, maybe even more, if you're looking for today's delicious lunch. Delicious lunch, yes, okay, some warm-up questions, that went well. Hands up if you've heard of the Corps of Engineers before today. All right, great. If not, no worries. Welcome, here we are. Hands up, now this might be even fewer. Hands up if you've applied for a permit from the Corps or plan to do so in the future. Some permit people over here. Okay, if that's not you, that's okay. This presentation still has something for you because you may care about a project that needs a permit, or as a citizen, you want to know more about what the Corps of Engineers is doing to ensure that the environment is being protected while the necessary projects are being built. Let's learn more. Here's a little more detail about what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to go over the Corps regulatory scope. What are we all about? What is our mission? What are we here to do? And what are our authorities? What are the federal laws that give us the authority to do what we're supposed to be doing? As a reminder, lots of delicious information in this presentation, which I think is going to be available to everybody over PDF on the website. In addition, I've got my business cards here as well as our brochures. So one of the key takeaway things that I would like you to have from this presentation is our main email address. One of the challenges that I think we all as agencies go through is personnel turnover. It can be really hard to figure out who the ham sandwich am I supposed to talk to. And so do not stress. We have a main email up here. So, speaking of permits, the next thing we're going to talk about today includes activities that need permits. Then the process. What is behind the curtain? I gave you an application. What is happening? And also core jurisdiction and wetland delineation. We'll get a little preview of that before we delve into it in more detail this afternoon. But where, not just what are you regulating, what it needs a permit, but where are permits needed? Keys to a good application. How do I make sure that I am moving through this necessary process as efficiently and painlessly as possible? Then, speaking of behind the curtain, consultation. The Corps gets an application, then what? What kind of necessary engagement with other agencies is happening? as part of that. And finally, we'll briefly touch on compensatory mitigation. So what do we do? You've been to today's presentation, and you go home, and your partner or your grandma says, "How was your day, honey? I'm happy to see you. What did you learn about today?" Well, in a nutshell, if you're trying to explain this presentation, what does Corps of Engineers Regulatory do? We review Department of Army, DA, so the Corps of Engineers, permit applications for certain activities in waters of the U.S. I love a good Venn diagram. I feel like there's so much intersectionality and so many different things, and so you might see a few of these in my presentation, but this is the way that you can explain it to the loved one at home. When we review an application, or somebody calls us and wants to know, hey, do I need a permit? What is going through our mind at that moment? We are looking for the blue of geographic-based jurisdiction. Is whatever is occurring, is it happening in waters of the U.S.? And we're also looking for activity-based jurisdiction. Is this an activity that we regulate? Blue plus yellow equals green in the middle, and that means that chances are you'll need a permit from the Corps of Engineers. More Venn diagrams. So you hear Corps of Engineers, but you just heard from Corps of Engineers. So like what's the difference? What's going on between these folks? So I also, in addition to Venn diagrams, I love a good nickname. I mean, we'll get into other more casual nicknames in a moment, but in a professional sense, it may help when you're explaining to your loved one at home, who did I meet today? We heard from Civil and Public Works Office earlier, from the HARP T, from Nick Emilio. And so Civil Works with the Corps of Engineers, these are your project partner or proponent. So you can think of maybe like handshaking your partner. And so in a nutshell, what they do, among many other things, they partner with a local sponsor on a study or a project. In contrast, me with regulatory, we're not the partner people. Think of like scales. We are the permit people. So we're not a project, we're not for your project, we're not against your project. We are a neutral reviewing entity, and we review applications for permits. What both of our groups do in the Corps of Engineers is environmental compliance, meaning that we review our projects or ensure that our projects comply with NEPA and other relevant federal environmental laws. So Essential Fish Habitat for the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Act, the Endangered Species Act, National Historic Preservation Act, Clean Water Act. Another group from the Corps of Engineers who isn't here today but also does environmental compliance, that their office name is environmental, and so they'll sort of, it's kind of like an environmental consultant on behalf of another federal agency, like OIA, and they also do environmental compliance. So our mission. What is regulatory all about? Well, you review permit applications, but what does that have to do with anything? Our mission is to protect the nation's aquatic resources while allowing reasonable development through fair, flexible, and balanced permit decisions. So again, that nickname, the permit people, think of balance. We're balancing environmental protection with doing the necessary projects to protect our infrastructure, allow our economy to continue to function. What gives you the authority? Why is this your business, Corps regulatory permit person? Our two main legal authorities are Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act and Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. So this is not something that an applicant has to know per se. This is a glimpse into the inner workings of our minds as far as when we're thinking about, do we have authority over whatever project it is you're asking us about? This is our thought process. So. Water is subject to the ebb and flow of the tide, and the purpose of this authority is to maintain navigation. Section 404, under this authority, we regulate the discharge of dredged or fill material into all water. So some examples And this is another printout I have up here. So during lunch, feel free to come up and I've got a printout of all this. And like I said, don't worry as much about like which category. It all goes into the same application. This is just a reminder of the kinds of projects. This is the yellow half of that Venn diagram of do I need a permit? These are the kinds of activities that we regulate. So in the context of Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, where we regulate structures and work in those waters that ebb and flow with the tide, we regulate dredging. We regulate dock or pier installation or repair. This is so necessary for those of us that live on islands where we're so reliant on moving goods through our ports. So this is an important thing that we regulate. Offshore cables, making sure that we're connected to the rest of the world and that we can engage and on the far right-hand side with Section 404, where we're regulating fill being discharged into all waters of the U.S., including dredge material. Speaking of maintaining infrastructure, we may need to open trench for a utility line, either installing it, replacing it, repairing it, grading and grubbing, anytime you're disturbing the ground surface. Not so much disturb the ground surface. Cool, and also you might need a permit. Management practices like sandbags or gravel bags, as well as stream maintenance. So something else, maybe it occurs on the mainland, but my experience is mostly here in Hawaii and now in American Samoa, is when our streams flow down to the ocean, the meeting of these two mighty waters can cause sediment to slow down and gather, and then that blockage can cause water to back up upstream. Or there's some sort of blockage upstream that causes sediment to build up, and then again, flooding risk, which is one of the things we have to consider. And this is part of that prepare, thinking ahead about what are my risks as far as inland flooding because of what's happening in streams. So this stream maintenance, or maintaining a reservoir or a debris basin, or to construct one, all those things may require a permit from our office. Similarly, thinking about coastal flooding or managing coastal erosion, shoreline stabilization for your roads or airport runways. And you've got corals, and you're going to move the corals, and you're going to build them a cute little house over here in which they can survive. Building them the little house out of like concrete might require a permit from our office. So at what point, what is the threshold? At what point do we need to engage with the Corps? Well, a quick definition, because I mentioned the word fill. Some examples of fill can include rock, like gravel or riprap, sand, concrete, or soil. And there's the reference in the Code of Federal Regulations where that comes from. This definition of fill does not include like rubbish or other pollutants. That falls under a different part of the Clean Water Act and falls under the jurisdiction of the EPA or American Samoa EPA. Fill is defined as having the effect of either replacing waters of the U.S. with dry land, so it used to be water and now it's land, or changing the bottom elevation of a water of the U.S. It was at this elevation, and now I put rocks there to protect my bank, and now it's up here. And so the bottom elevation has been changed. That's a discharge of fill. Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means it may need a permit. And there's more examples of a discharge of fill in our regulations. So the trigger, what is the minimum, like at what point can I just like not come to you? And unfortunately, there really isn't a minimum impact size or volume. We are reviewing even really small impacts. Because in some cases, small depends on context. What might be small in one area might be a major impact somewhere else. So it's important that we have that breadth of review. And for context about like how small is the stuff we're reviewing, we have a general permit activity called Nationwide 18. The upper limit of that is 25 cubic yards of fill. So we are also interested in the small things. So I mentioned a general permit. Let's dive into that a little more. So when you submit your application, we have kind of two pathways through which we can review your application. 99% of the time, we're reviewing this as a type of general permit. It is possible to have other types of general permits. That's something that we are hoping to work on in Hawaii and the territories. But at the moment, right now, all we've got is the nationwide permits. And like it sounds, this is a permit that is typically issued every 5 years and applies all across the nation, including Hawaii and the territories. This is the form that you fill out. There's a link to it on the handout page that I have up here, so feel free to grab that, and I'll have it up at the last slide as well. And the typical processing time is about 60 days from the time you receive a complete application. Infrequently, if the project is, something else I forgot to mention, for general permits, these are activities that have minimal impacts both individually and cumulatively. That's why we're able to have this expedited review. Individual permits, there's two kinds, but basically these are projects that, for whatever reason, don't meet the terms and conditions of the general permits. There's a separate form, and because these are not, for whatever reason, have impacts that are minimal individually and cumulatively, they correspondingly require a little bit more review. So our processing time is about 120 days from the time you receive an application, complete application, and it requires a little bit more information from the applicant, including adjacent property owner names and mailing addresses so we can contact them as part of the public notice. And it requires an alternatives analysis for something that has more impacts. How did you get to this particular result? What else was considered? Ultimately, these are general guidelines, but timelines ultimately depend on consultation and application completeness. And consultation really also depends on application completeness. So that's why that keys to a good application is so important, and partially why I'm here today to raise awareness about ensuring that we get necessary information up front so we can keep things moving and get a swift and efficient review of your application going. So in general, this is our process. So that's where the Corps, or whoever's the lead federal agency, coordinates with other agencies to ensure that these other federal laws are complied with. There's another yellow box on the left-hand side that says laws and coordination with other agencies. So something that's not written on here is because our nationwides we've been lucky that the last few iterations have included consistency determinations from under CZM, so that's through Department of Commerce, and Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, so that's water quality certifications from American Samoa EPA. So we are really grateful for those. It makes our process and the overall process even more efficient while still protecting the environment. So amazing. It's also on here because sometimes there's other permit processes happening at the federal or territory level And the vast majority of the time, by the time it gets to the part to make a decision, a lot of the issues have been worked out in that upper left-hand part about the core review. So we're ready to make a determination, and the vast majority of the time, it's to issue a permit. Once the core permit is issued, that's not the last you've heard of us. Some applications or some projects require a pre-construction meeting. So let's say you hired a consultant to get you through the permitting process, through the Corps and other folks, and then you've got something else handling the construction. We need to make sure that we're not having a broken game of telephone between these two separate entities. We want to make sure that all the protections put in place to ensure that the environment is protected for this project make it through into actual implementation during the construction phase. So we can, in some cases, arrange these meetings. This will be in like a permit special condition. So typically it's the responsibility to review the terms and conditions of the permit. So that could be like avoids and minimization measures for endangered species. So like maybe don't punch that snail. It's endangered. Maybe it doesn't need to be punched. Don't do that. Or best management practices. Need a construction, or maybe this thing that we said we were going to do, we have to change it to make sure like something up before you're waiting around with equipment, because time is money. Once a pre-construction meeting happens, if it's needed, then you do the work, and then there's a compliance inspection. We come out and check. Did what happened in reality match what was written in the permit? Sometimes we'll come out during that the impacts to the environment are are managed by best management practices, like say a silk curtain. When So that's one of the things that we would come out and take a look at. And the vast majority of the time, everything is copacetic. It looks great, it matches the permit, and we're done. So after our visit, is saying, amazing, you're in compliance, love that for you. Yes. In some cases, things do not go according to plan. So non-compliance is when there's activities being taken that are beyond the terms of the permit. I had this much, but I would like this much. Or unauthorized action, where maybe somebody didn't know that we existed. They're doing their best, but choose or determine that enforcement action is needed. So in this case, the Corps, in partnership with the EPA, works on, with whoever has done the we look for opportunities to engage and find a way that works for everybody, and also do outreach like this so folks know that we exist. Stream, or maybe a non-tidal wetland. And when we're talking about limits, some key terms to remember, like, and maybe to include on your plans, we're going to start on the right-hand side, for non-tidal streams, the line that we're looking for, ordinary high water mark, and then also the limits of wetlands. On the left-hand side, for tidally influenced waters, For section 404, so that's the discharge of fill or dredge material, it's the high tide line. And for section 10, it's the mean high water line. So wetland delineation, a little preview of this afternoon. Delineation, to draw a line, the line, around the wetland limits. And so this is separating between wetlands and uplands. And consultants who are hired by the applicant, and then the jurisdictional determination. A determination of, is this a water of the U.S., is done by the Corps. Only the Corps, regulatory, the permit people, can officially determine if you have a water of the U.S. on your property. And this is a good time to mention that jurisdiction has nothing to do with property ownership. If we issue an approved JD, if we say, yes, we have jurisdiction over this, it certainly doesn't mean that we own it, and it doesn't mean that somebody else would own it. It doesn't shift property ownership. So we may have jurisdiction over residential property, government property, everywhere within our area of responsibility. A wetland may be a water of the U.S. if it is within the current definition of waters of the U.S. When in doubt, go ahead and submit an application and we can figure that out together. And we'll dive into how to do a wetland delineation in a little more detail later this afternoon. And the last thing about wetlands, it's the combination of a powerful trio, the dominance of wetland plants, hydric soils, and wetland hydrology. So plants, dirt, hydrology, wetland. We'll get into that more later this afternoon. Keys to a good application. How to make sure that we don't stay stuck in that loop in the upper left-hand corner where we're going between review and asking for more information to make sure we make it smoothly through that consultation process. The answers are in the nationwides. General Condition 32 lists out what is required for a complete pre-construction notification. That's the application for the majority of those projects that we review. And the link to it is at the end of this presentation and on the handout slide here to pick up. There's a separate requirement if you happen to be doing a project that requires an individual permit. In general, what's important to remember is the 5 W's. Who is doing this project? Where are you doing it? When are you doing it? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? And the other silent W, how? How are you doing this project? So when it comes to where are you doing this, we need the project footprint in square feet or acres. The what are you doing, we need what is the fill material that you're placing and how much, what volume. When are you doing, what's the anticipated start date and about how long do you think you're going to take? All information that you would need to actually do the project. We need to or the limits of a wetland. We don't need a certain design percentage to review this. In fact, it might be helpful to you if you're still uncertain, but you want to make sure that you're prepared in the context of the resilience by design. You want to make sure that you're going to not have delays further on as you move through the process to pick kind of a conservative or maximum estimated footprint to move through the permit process with. Chances are, by the time you get to us, you've considered other options as far as your design, and maybe you started off with a really big project and you're like, maybe it doesn't need to be quite that big, or we can move it over here. Let us know. We want to give you credit in our documentation for those minimization efforts. How have you minimized impacts to waters of the U.S.? And let us know about other project background information that we need to move forward through that purple section in the middle, that consultation. What's the bottom of the stream or the ocean like there? Are there corals? Is there seagrass? What kind? Is it a rocky stream bottom? Is it just dirt? What historic properties are nearby? This gets into more of the hows. We talked about the what. How are you doing this project? What construction method are you using? Like, say you're doing pile driving. Is it vibratory or impact? That makes a difference when it comes time to consultation, especially for especially for the Endangered Species Act. What kind of equipment are you using? If you're not 100% sure because you've got That might be like up to means and methods by the contractor. You might have some general idea of what is industry standard for this type of work. You can share that with us. Phasing, we're going to do this bit first and then this bit. Detours, best management practices, locations of staging and stockpiling and access areas and uplands. Even if, for whatever reason, there's no permit required for the project work, bear in mind that your best management practices themselves might need a permit. And we also need whatever's happening in uplands for that purple part in the middle of our process. So yeah, it's complete and we got what we needed for consultation. In the context of the Endangered Species Act or the National Historic Preservation Act, they may want to know, how are you getting your equipment from the nearby road to the project site? Because that could have impacts. Where are you storing your materials to be used for the project? So some other examples can include tree clearing, or if you're doing work at night and using lights, or if there's going to be noise. All these things can affect our very delicate, precious, endangered species. So this is a plan example showing a few of the key things that we're asking to be shown. Like if you're going to cut trees, please show us. If you, above is the staging and stockpiling area. In between is the limit of the ordinary high water mark. That's the limit of waters of the U.S. So we want to know, if the activity is regulated, where is it relative to the water of the U.S.? And then showing other BMPs, we've got the turbidity curtain, and we also have the limits of the project shown, so like the width and length. For federally funded projects, so it's funded by like OIA or something like that, whoever is the funding federal agency is often the lead federal agency. That agency is responsible for considering the effects to relevant resources like endangered species or essential fish habitat, historic properties, and if necessary, they may consult with the relevant agency to ensure compliance with that federal law. So what we're looking for, because another lead federal agency is conducting consultation, the Corps we can't be done with our process because we need to ensure that compliance with these other federal laws has been completed. So what we are looking for, ideally to be submitted with the application, is documentation of the consultation being initiated with documents provided to the services, and on the backside, what you heard back from the services, the completion of the consultation. So when we're talking about endangered species, the lead federal agency will consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service and or National Marine Fisheries Service. Consultation timelines are typically 60 to 135 days. And we can't finish our process until this consultation is complete. Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, the lead federal agency considers effects to historic properties, cultural resources, and consults with the State Historic Preservation Office and other consulting parties. There is the option, like if there is so in the state of Hawaii, there's a kind of parallel process for Section 106 for historic properties. And a lot of times the applicant's already hired a consultant who's an expert in this to go through the state process. If that's already the case, the lead federal agency can designate for the applicant to also handle 106 on our behalf. And then it's not a major difference in the case of that state of Hawaii process. So it's just an option for efficiency in that case. Essential fish habitat. The lead federal agency consults with the National Marine Fisheries Service. Consultation timelines are generally 30 to 60 days. And NIMS typically recommends surveys of the benthos, so the bottom of the ocean where you're doing your project, or along the shoreline, to happen about every 5 years, and to cover a comprehensive footprint. So what I mean by that is not, let's say you're doing a revetment, something where you're placing rock along the shoreline, and you're going to isolate that from the surrounding marine area with a turbidity curtain, maybe. NIMS is going to want to know not just about where the fill is being placed, but the turbidity itself could also be an effect because there's sand coming up and it could land on some corals, and they want to know what's within that isolated area. These days, it's typical for NIMS to require what's called EFH mitigation. This is different than core compensatory mitigation. We're going to get to that in a minute. For impacts to corals or seagrass. So that's just something else to bear in mind. So if we're asking for like These corals may be lost or impacted as part of your project. What is your plan to make up for that? That's something that we can get into more detail when you submit your application for a project. Core compensatory mitigation. So we start with, is it possible to avoid impacts to waters of the U.S.? We love that. We can write you then a letter saying, there's no impacts to waters of the U.S. You're missing that blue part of that Venn diagram, so you don't need a permit. And we can write you a letter. And so it might result in permanent impacts to waters of the U.S., including loss. So creation of, like, for example, new land for a harbor pier out of open water. Used to be open water, now it's land. That's a loss of waters of the U.S. That may require what's called compensatory mitigation, basically like making up for it. How are we going to make up for this impact? The mitigation type and amount depend on the functions that were provided by the thing that was lost, by the water of the U.S. that was lost. So how do we know what was lost? Typically what's done is a functional assessment. You assess, like, how did this water benefit people or benefit the critters that use it or indirectly benefit something else? What was beneficial about it so we can have a clear understanding of how to make up for that loss? Our district doesn't have a specific mitigation ratio like there is in some other parts of the U.S., and we don't have a set functional assessment you need to use, but in a way that's kind of freeing, because then we can be specific about what is necessary in this location. Oh, I've got takeaways. And there they are. So, things to remember. We are the permit people. Here is our main email, which is great, because even if there's turnover, you can still get a hold of us. My number's at the bottom. My name is Vera. In regulatory, I'm the lead for American Samoa. But when in doubt, there's the link to our permit application, and there's the email you can submit it to. And the other things so permit people, application, place to submit it, and balance. We're not project proponents, we are not project opponents. We are the last line of defense for our nation's waters and wetlands. And we also understand that sustainable development to protect our important infrastructure needs to happen. So at this point, I'm ready to talk about some general questions. If you have questions about your specific permit application, I've got my email and my cards up here. We've got our general email up here. But in general permitting questions, let's hear them. What have you guys got? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to know if you have received a permit from the Impossible Metals for the seabed mining in U.S. waters that's within our exclusive economic zone, because you said you will review permits in that regard. And if you have the authority to say yes or no on their dredging, and because I understand it's going to affect the endangered species that were discovered by UH Manoa oceanographers. So I would like to know who will be reviewing that environmental impact statement and environmental assessment of disturbing the ground or seabed, and also with a permit on dredging, because when they do dredge the nodules from the bottom of the sea, they are disturbing the sea level, and the plumes are going to affect the fish and the endangered species in that area, as you mentioned that you do have the authority, or that's part of your review with the Endangered Species Act, the clean water and the fish in our oceans that belong to our EEC. And then I have a request, if we could have the Army Corps office locally to help with our public works EPA, Homeland Security, ODAPM with their infrastructure projects. There's a lot of time that's missing, and most of our federally funded projects are based on grant funding where their period of performances or the life of the grant expires while we are waiting for approval of permits. Case in point, our Whangaima project, the last H&H study that was conducted by Army Corps was in 2016. Another project was when it's still not moving is the, as mentioned by Mr. Monga, was the Aunu'u Wharf reconstruction because of the Endangered Species Act and the halting of the projects that were in Tula and the Nu'uli shoreline and the Amaila stream, some of the projects that were because of the permits. Now, money has come and gone, dried out. There's no more money for some of these projects. Is there any way that we could have an office, Army Corps here, to expedite that process and issue maybe a blanket permit for our shoreline projects? We all know those are some of the challenges that impede the progress of successful implementation of our critical infrastructure projects with shorelines and the roads, because we have our utilities underneath these roads. So that is part of my request, to bring the Army Corps office here to help the local American Samoa government. You guys can let us know later, but please, we'd like to hear about our seabed mining permit by Impossible Metals. I am totally against seabed mining in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great questions. Okay. Starting the beginning with the seabed mining. I'm not familiar with whether we've gotten a permit application. I feel like we would have heard about that. And so it might behoove us to check in with them, because dredging, you're right, is a regulated activity within the EEZ. Meaning, like, so regulated activity, our geographic jurisdiction, they may need a permit. Now, when it comes to the review of that, since I haven't seen an application, I can't tell offhand whether it would meet the terms and conditions of our general permit, the nationwide permit system, or whether it would need to be reviewed as an individual permit. If it's reviewed as an individual permit, that, depending on how it's done, could involve a public engagement component. Either way, there is endangered species action review, and that would fall under the jurisdiction, since it's marine, of the National Marine Fisheries Service. So yes, ESA, I don't know if we've received an application, and was that it for the minerals part? Did I understand that right? Okay, so as far as bringing an office here to American Samoa, I think that's a great idea. That's above my particular pay grade. But what we can do, since the underlying of like why bring an office here is for efficiency, streamline communication, ensuring that we're talking to the right people, we're talking to them at the right time, in both ways, and talking about the right things. So while we're waiting, if potentially someday a field office can be developed, in the meantime, we're lucky that, boy, are we connected. We've got phones and email and Teams and lots of opportunities to regularly connect. And I'm happy, one of the great things about being here today is to get to meet all of you and look for opportunities for regular engagement to make sure that we are getting out ahead of our projects so that permits are not the delay. I can't speak to civil works projects as far as like timing and what's required, other than that Venn diagram where we're both required to ensure that environmental compliance is happening. To make sure that environmental compliance, we still are retaining the integrity of the process, that review, but also moving as quickly as possible, we have developed some efficiencies. Like an example for Endangered Species Act is called pack slopes. So for minor activities that happen pretty often, minor in terms of their impacts, we're able to take what was 60 to 135 days and do it in like 14. Not bad, pretty exciting. Another efficiency that we have for minor projects with minor impacts, is an essential fish habitat programmatic agreement, where again, we're shortening those time frames, keeping things efficient without losing the integrity of the process. Because it's not enough to just say, go. There does need to be some review to ensure that we're meeting that other half of our mission, that environmental protection. So, while I can't speak to a field office, we are here and excited to talk to you. And well, I said the royal we. I'm here to talk permitting. Let's do it. Did I answer the question, hopefully? Okay, thank you. Eva, come on down. We might have to do this in interpretive dance. Stand by.
No, thanks, Vera. I'd just like to also just briefly give a response on the comments on the status of the various H&H projects around, or in general, the civil works programs in American Samoa in the portfolio. And I'm going to try to address it from the context of an overall region and the agency. At the beginning of her presentation, Virat also touched on kind of the challenges that it's not just the Army Corps of Engineers, but also the federal agencies are dealing with turnover. So, the Honolulu district has certainly also lost some of the H&H, and with that, H&H engineers. So with that is a lot of the institutional knowledge. And so it takes time to transition our new H&H graduates into the program and speed them up on the civil works program, the policies, and the projects themselves. Secondly, langa o le foi whalongo tua o tali ngao na whaatali results o so study. This would be something with the H&H studies in particular. What often happens, and it's not just in American Samoa, we have the same discoveries on projects around the state of Hawaii, that there is just a lot more water. We had done the risk-informed analysis and went through the H&H process based on best practices, on models and things that are, admittedly, things that worked, modeling characteristics that are working for Oregon, New Orleans, etc. But then we're in the tropics. The topography of both American Samoa and the state of Hawaii is very steep. So what the modeling was showing is in fact not consistent, and we can make it's a lot more water and it's a lot more complex than you would than the risk that you would accept. That risk of uncertainty just came to a point where there is no reasonable way for us to accept this risk of this uncertainty. No, we have to go back and use 2D modeling, update that modeling. So, ole si mafuanga la ea ailenga toe fetutu ngai ia le fatinonga ngaluenga insinia ono o characteristics ia ole ala vai ia I may say for the availability of data. Ia o se sosoatu na le facility la ea faftai.
Permits. The end? Oh, question? Okay. And also I see another question in the back. I see you.
It's not good for someone to speak too much, but I have a question. In one of your charts there was a sidestep. While a permit is being reviewed, you can issue a letter of permission to proceed with the project, pending your studies. My question is, given our location here, from supply sources, given the condition that federal funds would expire within a certain number of years while we're pending the approval. Can you handle our case in some of these projects using a letter of permission, and who would grant that for us to proceed with your projects? Thank you.
So just to get our vocab connected, you're talking about that sort of like green off-ramp where you get a letter from the Corps of Engineers regulatory saying you don't need a permit for this. That's not necessarily like a needs-based thing. So while I am very aware of the urgency of these projects, the best way forward, if a permit is still needed, is, I know this is kind of a cliche, but like the early and often. Boy, am I available to talk to you guys about your expectations for the permit and to make sure that your application is successful so that we can move swiftly through consultation. In order to get to a no permit required decision, one way would be by avoiding impacts to the waters of the U.S., but that's not always an option. How are you going to build a revetment to protect your shoreline unless you're doing it in the water? That's not always an option. So while that would be the ideal, that's not always the way that we can move forward. But my office is very committed to making sure that we keep that balance between ensuring environmental protection while still allowing sustainable development, including protecting our infrastructure and protecting our shorelines. So I know that's not the answer. As far as who's reviewing it, probably me, but just in case, we have the main email address where you are always going to get a hold of someone in our office. Even if I'm on vacation, that still is our main email address. So you're always going to get a hold of somebody, which to me, as a citizen, I want to know I can get a hold of a human being. And that email is the way to do it. So, sorry that wasn't quite the answer you were looking for, but I think the gentleman in the back is looking for the mic. You got a mic? All right, great. Yes, sir.
Hi. Actually, I'll withdraw my question, but it was around the ESA and the immediate changes that are going on right now. I'm thinking that historically we've always been asking the Army Corps to help us expedite things, and we may be looking to a different future where we're asking you to help us protect things.
Great point. So I would maybe defer to the resource agencies on the intricacies of updates to the Endangered Species Act, but I think you hit on one of my key things about our regulatory program, that it's a balance. This is not a rubber stamp, and this is not a hard no every time. Keep things moving and protect the environment, including compliance with the necessary federal environmental laws like the Endangered Species Act. So, great shout out for ESA. Any other general questions? We've got somebody up front here. Okay.
Testing. Hi, so I'm Marilyn from the Secretariat of the Pacific Community. And my apologies if I'm going to play the devil's advocate and stand between everybody with lunch in the next few minutes. But my question is basically around, what do you mean by no? So if someone does an application for a permit, is there some sort of flexibility through your office to assist these permit applicants to change that no to a yes? And my second question is around traditional knowledge. You talk a lot about how you have environmental considerations. Now, when we talk about ISA, which is the International Seabed Mining Authority, and you talk about minerals and critical minerals, I should say, there is discussions around underwater cultural heritage. I'd like to ask if you can probably enlighten us if your office does any work around these areas as well. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, such good questions. Okay, wait, I gotta write that down. Knowledge management and seabed. Okay. But your first question had to do with, like, what is a no and going from a no to a yes. So, in the more general version of my presentation, there's a different flow chart which also shows the individual permit process, which can consultation process. So that's like kind of a soft no. If we were able to get the information we needed to finish our review or to get through consultation, then it could be a yes. Or in some cases, things get really gnarly and we need, because there's some sort of loss, we need that compensatory mitigation. So even if things are still in kind of early stages, you're like, we think we'll probably build here in this location and probably about this footprint. We have enough, we're still early stages of design, but we have a sort of maximum impact. We are not going to exceed this impact area or this volume. Let's move forward and permit that. Permit like permission. Metaphorically, I may give you permission to eat 5 cookies, and maybe you only feel like eating 3. We don't need to do more assessment on a smaller impact area or smaller volume or extent of impacts. So if we go for the maximum, then we're prepared and we can move on. If things change, that's a lot easier to go smaller than it is to go bigger. So as far as like changing a no to a yes. Another situation that might involve a no would be if for whatever reason, let's say you're going through an individual permit process and CZM or your 401 water quality cert are denied, like they said no, then we have to stop and say no. Like we might be able to issue a letter saying, we'd be cool, this is me paraphrasing, we wouldn't write a letter saying we'd be cool. We'd be cool if this part was cool too. And then if you're able to work things out with that respective agency, then we can go back and issue a permit. So that's like no. And then I think even with permit denial, again, in my tenure, I've been in the Honolulu district now about 10 years, and have we done one? It hardly ever happens because things get stopped somewhere else along the line. So maybe I'll just pause there and say, in saying that, most people are doing necessary projects that have to, are needed to maintain infrastructure, protect our shorelines, things that everybody needs. And so we're able to move through the process efficiently. So cool as far as like the no part. Okay, so seabed mining and indigenous knowledge management. So that would come into play in the context of the National Historic Preservation Act. Regardless of whether there is a public notice component, which I can't speak to because I haven't seen the application for this in particular, Section 106 requires our own. We are relying on the applicants who are familiar with the project.
Mai la o maulunga whasao mamalisi, ona o le whaaloalo, ma le anganga whaafitai, i le tautua o i la tau na mali liu i nei, tolu afe 5 tangata Amerika, whapea tangata Chamorro, na umo la tau soifua, i nei lava i lau whanua i Asan Bay. O le saolatonga, e taungata, e whaingata, e suangata, e moangata. Tumu i le whaafitai, o le ngangal na ia whasao mamalisi malmalanga a Amerika Samoa. O au tia lunga Vincent Yuli i nei Hagania, i Guam, mal whaatisinga al Pasifika.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVCK TV, Pango Amerika Samoa. You are watching KVCK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
lea ua no fo ia ua lolo. I le paia o le whainga malo. Paia fo i o tupu mae o le atunu. Tainane fo i paia o le au whainga luenga totofia le tua. Le mamalu o tutuila mamanua. Ua mawhai o na. Afi o mai matala mai ao i le nei a fiafi. I lupe le nei le malaita alo tele o le malo. Ia wa pro kalama. E wha manatu ina ai. Le fua tutuila mamanua i le nei tausanga. O te tūla ia i le ava ma le mingao mo o soli tuina le paia o le nei a fiafi. E whai ma fonga tau moli moli. O le tātou maafutanga ma le whaatasinga i le nei a fiafi. O te whātulo watu i paia o le whainga malo tutuila manua. Le a fionga i le kovana. Lau a fionga i le lutena kovana. Ma le mamalu o le kāpeneta. Whātulo watu paia o le fono whaitula fono. Le a fionga i le prestene. Ma fionga i sentoa. Le a fionga i le whangfitalai. A fionga i whaipule. Ma le mamalu o le maoto o sui. O le atoa lea o le fono whaitula fono tulou. Whātulou atu fo i le mtanga luenga. Whamsinonga i le a fionga le whamsino sili. Whamasino lango lango. Ma le mamalu o le vaenga o whamsinonga. I le vaea le whala oto. Pa ia o le whainga malo whaloto i whale. Le fio le fionga le maputas. Whailau tusi o mtau Samoa. Pa ia lava le awa le a fionga i kovana o whalima. Ia ai tainane o le matanga luenga o matau putau Samoa. Pa ia o sua ma le vai whanua. Fo mai tulangi tu au ma la taua. Sa ole ma le launiun sai lua. Tainane le a fio i maputu lou. Whātulou atu fo i le paia o le la au na motas. I le a fio whātui. Ma le whatalenga mau i tōtō. Ia o le manua tele. Tulou. Whātulou atu fo i le usonga i atu mua mapule. Ia lava lea i ainga matama tama ma ainga. Ainga i le tai ma le va au fongti. Whātulou atu le paia o le au whainga luenga tutofia le tua. O loo whaololo ma au i le tua. I le au ma le pō. Ia awase manuia. O tutuila ma manua. Maona tangata i le neia fiafi. Tulou lava. Amatalio le tātou pro kalama le neia fiafi. E ia te au le ava tele ma le whaaloalo. O te tāpā ai ma o wala au watu. I le sunga i le whiangai ngā taulangi. Ia whaatoto tapo i tuua. E ka le sia me tisi mai la fioanga i malai loa. Ia mo le taita ino le tātou pro kalama i le neia fiafi. I le tālo sanga i le atua. Malo whaaloalo.
Ua tātou iai le taulau mea o le nei tau o fiafi. Ua ifo foi le lai lona no fuanga. Ae sa whaataatia mai le tō whā ma le utanga. E ala i le wha moe mo le nei aso. I le tātou tū ma le tātou wanga i whanua ina ua tātou malama i le atua. E ao no mamoli mea uma i matau tu sa e wha muai so se wha moe. E o tātou te talo mo le nganga pa ia. Le ali e o le ou le mana o malava. O mātou whaalatala tātu i lau o fionga. Wha mole. Ulu fale maia lo wa nganga pa ia. Se e wha pa ia ina le wha moe o lau whanau. O na tai. Ai mai se le au ngā lulue. E ala i lau si o manga ma mea uma. Pai ai le nei tapo inga ina ue whaatasi mai. Ono Yesu. Amene. E na o sinta mai upupupu ua o lo ile afiongo pa ia le atua e whapea. Ua sila sila atu le atua. Ua matua le lei lava. Ma ua mata ngō fie. O lo ile ke nese mua mua. Tolus fun ma le tasi lona foi upu. O inae whai uai le foi tau whapena. Ua sila sila atu le atua. I mea uma ua na whaia. Whaauta fo. Ua matua le lei. So o se fatu pese. So o se whailaunga. So o se tusi tala. E ao ana mua na whai se a wivi. E au tū iai mafau whaunga malangona. O le nā fo i a wivi. E whai ma me e whai maanga iai. Ia le tala po le pese. Po se tauloto, po se solo. Po se launga. Awa au noa ma le awivi. Ia ua le pai se launga po se pese. Ma le maua se tāua o se wha moe moe. Tala o le fuafuanga. O lo ta oto le mata upu mua mua. Aso mua mua lua tolu wha lima ono. Ai wha iu le mea lea ma le foi upu ma upu ia sa ufai atu. Ua sila sila atu le atua. Ua matuale lei. Ua matuale lei. O le fasili. Ua fua aisea ona fai le tala o le fuafuanga ma fola mua o le tuspa ia. E a fua aisea ona au mai le tala o le fuafuanga e ala le kanona ina o le tuspa ia e fai ma fola sanga e tā ai lana fiong pa ia. Mua mua. O lo ta oto i le tala o le fuafuanga le mamalu ma le silsilese o le tua. Na ona whapea atua i le sami, na ona whapea atua i le vai, na ona whapea e ai i le la, ma le vāni monimu ai maise le lau ele, ona iai lea. O lona winga, ua tau mai a te tātou, o lo tātou soifua e te tau lava o na vāva ai mautilo, i le awivi na whai mafola sanga, e le atua i lo tātou soifua mo leola. Ina nei umi. Wa tātou vāva ai ma sila sila, ia tai o lo tātou malo, i fua o wha ele leanga, o so se ati nae, o so se mea ua fola i le so, ua moni ai le upu, ua fola i ula, ua luma fale i ula, ai matango fia i le vi inga o le atua. O le alea. O le alea. O mea na fia i le atua, e ao o na tua i ai le tangata, e ao o na whaalango lango i ai le tangata i lona ola. O le mea lea e tāua i le tala o le fuafuanga. So se tasi la e le tāua i a te ia le fuafuanga. E le tāua fo i a te ia. Le fola sanga o lona ola na whaia e le atua. Aftai lava i le komiti. Aftai fo i le fionga le kovana, ma le su kovana, ma le tātou whainga malo. I le tilo ane i le whao ngā ino le neipol kalame tāua. Ola utala, malo le ngā lulue lau whai whātoanga. Malo le ngā lue, lau whai whaiva, malo le ngā lue. Lau whai ati nae, malo le ngā lulue. O tau mamana, o mea nae tua i ailo tātou atunu. Tātou te olai, ma le mea muri. Aua ne ngalo. O mea ia. O mea ia e whai ai lau taulanga i le atua. O mea ia e whai ai lau taulanga i le atua. O le ala whai leo le fofuanga ma fola mua. Tātou te au tilo ma vaava ai ai ila nā fio. ina ne I umi ai fio o la utau talanga le whenga i fau. Le ala so o mai le nao Yesu Keriso. Maka nona ai mamua mua le tusi o matai o le whenga i fau. Wa lo ta oto le whenga i fau le uluai ngafo Yesu. O le alo na ia whaia le taulanga e tas. E so o ula ma le taulanga o le fofanga. Milik Samoa. Aua ne ingalo. E tā ua o le fofanga na whaia le atua. Le lava na maliu maofolo na soifua. Ina ia tātou tilo ma va ai. Le tua ele o lona wha moe moe. O wha le leia atidi ai. Ma wha tali tonu wai le tangata. I le ola whai taulanga o le tātou leo Yesu Keriso. Tātou tālo. Le atua o manu, le atua o le ola. Le atua poto ma le ata mai. Mea umalava ua e whaia ua sirisi ese lea I lo mātou ola. Mātou poto mai le nei fiafi o tai o lo watunu. O e wha ululu I ei matanga luenga. Mai se fo I le wha tonu o le matanga luenga. O le au whai ngā luenga. O tupu mai o le atunu o le au ngā lului o le au whai wha toanga. Te I o mātou sula lo alofa ma lo wanga le lei. Ua malie o, malie pule I lo alofa tele mai a te mātou. Mātou te toto, ma wha susu, a oe te wha tupu ma wha ola. Mea ua mātou whaia, le li I e wha aftai, le aso ma le aso lo mātou ola. Wha aftai na mātanga o fia lo mātou atunu o Amerika Samoa. I nei wha amai mo na pui puinga, sao mai ei Amerika Samoa. Ma lie pule wha aftai tele I lo walofa. Manui o mātou tai. Manui e fo I e o wha urulu I ei so o se mtanga luenga. Manuia tangata o lo atunu. O le vi inga lava e tu mau I at o le whaavavau. Sili la mātou whaaftai li si o manga na e saunia mo I mātou. Ua whai lea mato o manga o I mātou. Ai pangalea le li e. Ua iei fo I taimi ua mātou whatala le ai. Ua lele leo na mātou tausi I lau fōwhanga. Ma li e whenoa lau whina ngalo. Ia wha maa ngalo lo atunu. Ia wha tasi maia. A fio maia, e ni so fuanga I le nei tau o fiafi. Le li e, tei tō lua, malo wanganga pa ia. Pa manuia le kovana, ma le sui kovana. Pa manuia I tai, o lau whainga malo. O ai o wha urulu, iai lea matanga luenga, ma so se tu tino o lau atunu. O e o tai. Ia lea li e, tei tō lua, ma lau o fionga. Wha manuia tele na yo mātou, a inga mawo, mai masani I atunu mamao. Ai mai se foi o lupe fa lele o lo tunu o lo fa taua. Mai la to lo taua suina le pu vai o le ola. Ia le atu ai fa pale la o fionga I o matou tangata matou te manu ai. Ia la matou o lenga le mala matou talo. Wa fu fuanga mal tau manga le nei aso. Pa ta si mai a lo nganga pa ia. Do lava swaf ke riso o matou o le talo tu nei. Amen. Amen.
Moli tele le nganga whaftai tele. Whaftai fola ma lo fo ile au afamau I lau sunga ile. Whiangai ngā taulangi ile nei e fiafi. Ia awa le tātou whasao ia manvao. Ia mese fo o le tātou taulanga whaftai. A matalia lo ia ile nei proklama. Ele ai so tūlanga. Ele ai fo iso uangamaa. O te whaalau I loa atu ai, ia le sau noanga whaapitoa o le nei e fiafi. Mai a te au le awa ma le minga o tele tau ai, whaalau I loa atu ai le sau noanga I le fionga I le lutena kovana, tala wenga Elia Asaro va lele ale, molan sau noanga.
O le atu le ngang whaftai I lau sunga le whengainga o no le upfolafola ma le talosanga o a matalia e le tātou whātasinga I le nei a fiafi. O te le I a saina le vaina I le asanga. Au te le savalia foi le ala nai mawhawha e peo le whetalainga I Talamoa ma le langi tuaiva. E mua ona o tui le papa tui ngatā. Sua le pai a wao lele ua pa ia ma ua malu le aso. Launga le pa ia o le au whaingaluenga tutofia le atua. Pa ia o lau whainga malo Amerika Samoa. O mamalu wha le atunuu. Tali tono lele ua mai awa na ta pena whata mai tai toanga. E le fofonga o le tātou aso. O na whapea leo le taofi. Nu atuia o taupa ia ma whainga. Nei le lava tau limaina le tau talanga le te māloa o talawenga. A o te tūlai ma le anganga fia ma le anganga whawhitai. Whai masui o lana fionga i le kovana. E whaaleo atu lo ma anganga fia ma le anganga whawhitai o no le nei aso. Ma le nei wha moe ua fuafuaina e le tūlanga o le tātou whainga mālo. E le ngata o le amatalia o ni whawhiafianga a wā le whamanatuina o le aso le fua o Amerika Samoa. Ia au le tūlanga foi o le farmers market po le tūlanga o le whea o tātou whaiwhatoanga. Whamalo whawhitai I le usunga I le whatonsili o whatoanga. Ona ua whapea foi ona maua se awanoa e o mai aia le au whaiwhatoanga. O le pa ia ma le mamalu o le tātou watunu. Tātou te nofo lava whapea e le maua ni manuia whapea nei isi o tātou te mai atunu. Ai pangale alofa o le atua. Lele wo tau sila mata le pa ia o le atunu. Ele ai e feo lolo foi lava le maumanga lea ma le whai ma fua le ele o foi na mai le atua mo tātou. Whamalo whaftai. O le tatalo a le whainga malo ia awane I whawai tātou I le ngalua ina o le sua ina o le ele. Ngā lulua ina ia mo waile manuia o tātou. E le ngata o le tausinga o ainga ia e whapea foi ia le nuu e ka le sia ia ma le tātou whainga malo. Ia o le anganga fia foi I le vaenga o le Arts Council ona ua e foi se taofi ia e whainia tātou whawhiafianga la iti a wale whamanatuina o le aso le fua. Ua whaisina leva o na whanoa noa ma nofo puipuia si o tātou atunu. Ia ona o tūlanga lavo nei whamai wa whaina I le lalolangi. A le viinga I le atua e le au noa. Ona o lo sisila mai pea ono fofonga alofa I Amerika Samoa. Le ai se tala I se whamai wo o mai. Moli ai le nganga whawhitai I rana fionga I le kovana ai meisi o le whainga malo. Ona o le tofa e puipuia ma malutia Amerika Samoa mai tūlanga o le nei whamai. A vea I foi le nei tūlai ma moli atuai le malui puenga. I le totele o le atunu o lo mai mua mai atunu mamao. Ta alofa. Sa nau lava le anganga tātou te mafuta whatasi uma I le whamanatuina o le aso le fua o Amerika Samoa. Ai peitai, ia ua le taulau fuafuanga ono le finangalo o le atua. Ia iai le tali tonunga, e leo toi mamao se aso. Ia ona taunu uma mai leo tātou o lo au mau ia tunu mamao, whatalitai le taimi e tau te afi fio mai ai matoi fo I mai whanua. O le anganga whawhitai fo I e moli atuai I nei o tātou te matina. Uso matua whawhine na taunu mai I le whainga malanga I le awuli nei. Sa ma nofo lava malana fionga I le maputasi. Ma pea le loa ia sili mato tapua I mai I le mato center. Ia ma aile tau ngā solo mai I le vaalele se ia o mai I le hotel. Malingi loi mata tutulu le fionga le maputasi le alofa. Ile sila atu I lo tō ngā pātia, lo tō tauasa mai le mea mamau. Ia whamalulu atu. Wa pau lava o se mea o ele malosi o lau whainga malo Amerika Samoa. Ana yaini nisi mafuanga ma nisi vaenga tupe tele. Pa penei tō mai umal te mea tasi. Matato fia le aso nei. Ia o le anganga whawhitai le tua. E ui lava o na tātou mo I nisi mafutanga tele. Ia e whawhitai o lea ua. Tō taliu mai lea vaenga o le tunu. Au le nei afiafi mai tātou whātasinga, ia lofa le tua. Tātou fia, tātou oli, ma neia le, ma lu mai o le afiafi, ia ni whaafiafianga fwe la tātou sila iai, ia tātou fia, ma moli e pēle vi inga, ma le whamanui le tua. Temi o iluma pēa tātou tau ma vai foi, ia lofa ngia le tua. Le toe Tali watu yala ia ui na whaingo fie. Ia aulo ia ile matui ma le mangau. Ia o se whamtalanga pupu le nai le neitu la le aso manu ia tele oe Amerika Samoa. Tātou whaatasi tae ao I le afa le ono, I le malai o le talu. Ia tāle fitu o na sisi aloa ia leo le tātou tangawai. Ia ma isi fuafuanga o le awhenga iai tātou. Soi fua mai e manuia le nei afiafi.
Whaftaitele I le lau fionga I le lutena kovana ia mo le tanoa whaalele I le nei e fiafi. Ia o lea ua o mai le tātou prokalama ia mo le sila fia fo ia le mamalu au fia I nei e fiafi e whapea fo I le whafonga mai a tutuila manua I maota malawa ma fioanga ia e whapea fo ia tunua I mau o le prokalama I le nei e fiafi e lua tātou au talavou lea o le a whawhiawhia I le nei a fiafi ia mai e ia te au le awa tele ia e wala au atuai le au talavou mai malai loa e ka le sia me tutisi mai le awhioanga I malai loa ia tala mai loa au mo la autou whawhiawhianga I nei a fiafi ta pena mai ai tua ia le au whawhiawhia mai le e whaka a sa Jerusalem Full Youth I pe tesa ta funa.
Providing this presentation on behalf of the Defense Coordinating Officer for the Pacific Region, Colonel Hoover. Colonel Hoover conveys his sincere apologies for not being able to attend today. He and his team continue to stand ready for any potential impacts that the now tropical storm people may have on the Hawaiian Islands. We continue to pray for our brothers and sisters in the state of Hawaii. Today's brief is an introductory presentation to the role of the Defense Coordinating Officer, or DCO, and also to provide a quick glimpse into how the DoD provides support to civil authorities. Now, please note that there's a lot of information that pertains to the role of the DCO that goes beyond the scope of today's presentation. But we'll try to answer as many of your questions that you may have, but some questions we may have to take offline just to keep within the time limits of today's brief. Staff also includes emergency preparedness liaison officers from all four components of the Indo-PACOM community. The EPLOs are forward deployed assets within the Pacific area of operations. So this slide here is a simple depiction of when and where the DoD is activated within a federal response process. So as you can see at the bottom left here, an incident occurs, which then leads to an appointment of a local incident commander. And then that also turns once that declaration is approved, then that leads to the activation of the national response framework, and then works its way down to the DoD before the DoD can provide support to a civil authority. So the two critical steps here are that for the DCO is waiting for that presidential declaration and then the resulting mission assignment process. The assumption here in this slide is that DoD support is warranted, requested, and then approved. So the next slide that we're going to get into shows is an example of what that mission assignment process will look like for the DCO. So again, in the mission assignment process, or NA process, the territory submits a request for federal assistance to FEMA. And as you can see in this slide, both FEMA and the DCO-DCE are located in a joint field office, which in our case is at Fort Shafter, Hawaii. FEMA sends that RFA to the DCO. So although the DCO and FEMA are equal partners in this, requests from the territorial government has to go first to FEMA through their website. For those who are familiar, the web DOC. But DCO and together with Indo-PACOM reviews all requests that they receive from FEMA and ensure that it's in compliance with our policies and regulations. But most importantly, as you can see here, the CJCS X1. That stands for the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's Executive Order. Now, if the answer to that is yes, then that immediately turns into a mission assignment for the DoD to execute. And then this service component is deployed to execute support. But if the answer to that question is no, then there's still a chance for a request to accept the policy that works its way through the Joint Chiefs of Staff and then that works in the direction of the governor. And the three main players in that group are the federal coordinating officer, the state or territory, in our case, coordinating officer, and the defense coordinating officer. So the FCO is the coordinating officer for all federal departments and agencies except for the DOD. And that's why you have the DCO within that UCG element. Now, as you can see at the bottom right, ODAPM does approve a mission assignment. It gets delegated or tasked out to either Marfo PAC, which is the Marines, PAC-AP, which is Air Force, PAC-3, which is the Navy, or User PAC, which is the Army. So what are the types of defense support to civil authorities that the DoD can provide? Well, in the first one, as you can see, there are MOAs and MOUs. And And that's the things that the DoD can do the day of the emergency, right away. Now, IRAs are a class of their own, but the key takeaway here is that they're time limited, 72 hours. And they really only apply to the capabilities that are on the ground here on island and at the Reserve Center. And then last but not least, what we've been touching on within the earlier slides are the mission assignment. And these are the things that are done typically during the disaster response process associated with the mid to long-term phases of DISCA support. So what is DISCA? Defense Support of Civil Authorities. We are talking about the whole of DoD. We are not just talking about the uniformed soldiers, such as myself, but also the DoD civilians and contractors. Now, a lot of these elements on this slide are very important to emphasize, so I'm just going to go through them one by one. So civil authorities are always in charge. The DoD is never in charge. The DoD does not initiate any actions on its own. DISCA comes in after local resources have been exhausted. Okay? The main thing for the military is that we ensure that there are no violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, and that means that there is no law enforcement outside of an installation on domestic soil. The DoD is not funded for DISCA reimbursement, but the President can direct that the DoD executes without reimbursement in the future. The DoD does not compete with the private sector. And then, last but not least, it is a temporary measure. It is a temporary measure. So this slide here is to emphasize what DISCA is and what it is not. DISCA is the DoD, and again, we cannot emphasize this enough, in a supporting role to the civilian authority, always. We are never in charge. And then the DoD is the last in, first out, meaning that once federal, civil, state, and local resources have been applied first, and there's still a shortcoming, then the DoD can step in. But once civil authorities can sustain relief efforts on their own, then the DoD must step out. So here's a list of the authorities that pertain to DISCA. Again, I highlighted the Posse Comitatus Act. And then the takeaways. Again, civil authorities are always in charge. The DCO, DCE is the single point of contact. So although all requests go through FEMA and all support is to the lead federal agency, the DCO has to review all requests and ensure compliance with our own constraints and limitations. Also, last but not least, talk to us. We do want to understand the capability gaps here locally. And that way, we can prepare our own capabilities so that when we do get the call, we can answer the call. So the emergency preparedness liaison officers, we are the liaisons and representatives on behalf of the DCO and the DCE team that's located on Fort Shafter, Hawaii. So we are here to establish relations with key leaders so that we can have that communication, have that understanding that, like the rest of our guests, Corps of Engineers, FEMA, it's all about establishing relations. Here's a list of the DCO and the DCE's POCs. Please feel free to take a picture. And that's the end of our presentation. Oh, and then a list of the EPLs and our POCs. Please feel free to take a picture. At this time, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
And then following Vera, we'll have we have a guest speaker from the SPC.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, everybody, for having me back. If you thought permits were fun, watch out now. Wetland delineation. So here we are, another training session. My name again, and so I'm just going to introduce myself again, but the three key things we're going to talk about in this session are: what is a wetland, why should we care, and what is wetland delineation and how is it done? So that's me. I'm Vera Costello. I'm a project manager and the American Samoa lead for the Regulatory Office in the Honolulu District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. But I would also like to get to know you. So can we do the show of hands thing again? Anybody here, have you already, at some point in your past, done a wetland delineation and done a report? Anybody do wetland delineations? That's okay, that's okay. Anybody reviewing wetland delineations? Hands up if you've ever heard of a wetland before. Yeah, wetland. Okay, that's cool. Purposes, wetlands are areas that are inundated or saturated by surface water or groundwater at a frequency and duration, so how often it happens and for how long it happens, sufficient to support, and that under normal circumstances, meaning like not drought, do support a prevalence of vegetation typically adapted for life in saturated soil conditions. Wetlands generally include swamps, marshes, and similar areas. So let's break this down a little bit. What does this include? 3 characteristics. I will give a virtual non-contact high five to whoever can mention, what are these 3 characteristics? It's in the definition. Can we name one of the 3? So a prevalence of water, we got 1 out of 3. Do I hear 2 or 3 out of 3? We got water, and what else? A little louder for my hard of hearing up here. Soil, I heard soil. And can we get a full 3 out of 3? Where you got to have all 3 characteristics. You might run into another federal agency. My understanding is that Fish and Wildlife Service a little differently than this because they have their own purposes for understanding where wetlands are and what we need to know about them. But since I work for the Corps, I'm going to speak from my own perspective. We're looking for those 3 characteristics. Indicators of wetland hydrology. So you've seen the definition. Inundated, saturated. Hydrophytes. This is a prevalence of vegetation typically adapted for that wet life. Hydric soils, soils that are formed under, they change over time because they are wet at a frequency and duration that changes their chemistry. Indicators of hydrology, vegetation, and hydric soils. Wetlands. Yes. Okay. So why do we care? Well, wetlands are habitat. Crabs, different water birds, baby fish. And speaking of baby fish, they're important nurseries. So even if the entire life cycle of the critter isn't spent in the wetland, it still is important at some point in the life cycle. Water quality. I've got a super cute cartoon that you can take a picture of if you want to come up later, but about the importance of wetlands for like water quality. But there is, as part of it, the plants are uptaking nutrients. So if in your watershed you have an excess of nutrients, maybe everybody wants like a super sexy lawn, or you've got a golf course, or farming, and so you're putting in nutrients to that environment, and before it reaches the ocean and could potentially cause an algae bloom, wetlands are a great kind of pit stop to absorb some of those nutrients and help ensure that the water quality is kept good. Products for people, food. Anybody ever did cranberry before? It's a wetland plant. Taro, kalo, it's a wetland plant. Textiles, building materials. Wetlands help us as people. Also, stability and erosion management and flood risk minimization. I mean, that's what we're doing here today. Disaster resilience by design, and that may include either designing whatever else is going on to help protect wetlands, or maybe even designing wetlands. Who knows? Might get nuts. The picture here is a comparison on the top of the impact of a big wave or shoreline erosion factors with mangroves. A little trickier to see, but basically you can think of wetlands as sort of like a sponge. You've got all these water-loving plants, and there's a whole bunch of water, and they suck it up, and then there's this delayed we'll have a good wetland. So we've got wetlands. What is delineation? I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the last presentation. It's got the word line in the middle. So from that we gather determining the boundary of a wetland from the surrounding uplands. Find the line around the wetland using the 3 characteristics: hydrology, vegetation, and soils. Why would we draw a line around one? Why do we care where the limits of a wetland are? Well, it could be for environmental protection. Maybe there is, like in some states, there is a no net loss of wetlands requirement, and so we need to know where the wetlands are in order to protect them. Or maybe informed project planning, like we talked about in the regulatory presentation. Wetlands may be a water of the U.S. in some circumstances, and you want to minimize or avoid them. because maybe you get to a point of avoiding all waters of the U.S. and then no permit required. Yeah, love that. Environmental proxy. Wetlands may be sort of a canary in the coal mine, giving us information about sea level rise or about impacts to habitat. And also regulatory compliance. If it in fact is a water not necessarily a determination of what is waters of the U.S. That's a separate definition. And that's related. So wetland delineation is specific to wetlands. There's other protocols for other types of waters of the U.S. An approved jurisdictional determination, determining where that blue part of the Venn diagram of do you need a permit, geographic jurisdiction is waters of the U.S. So an age 80 approved jurisdictional determination. And this is an official core determination of that blue part. Yes, we have geographic jurisdiction of this area. It can include wetland delineation, but it also applies to non-wetland WOTUS, like streams or along the shoreline. Here's where all the goodies are written down. There's a 1987 manual, and because that was for the entire nation, and then we learned, like, hey, we might need something a little bit more specific to our regions. So the regional supplement that applies here in America and Samoa is the Hawaii and Pacific Islands Regional Supplement. So it takes the 87 manual and gets more specific about the kinds of soils or the kinds of indicators of wetland hydrology that we would expect to see here. Like, explain this to me, Vera, so I can go home and tell my loved one how you do a wetland delineation. Like, okay. Step one, we do our homework. Desktop resources. So you plan, if you're going to do your site visit, you do a little research and plan out, because you don't want to be wandering around the woods. It's hot, it's a little sweaty, might be bugs. You want to be efficient and get that information. And also, like, time is money. Somebody's paying you to go out there and, like, find the edges of the wetland. So you want to be strategic about it. Sometimes, I say and or desktop only assessments, there are some sites that because of security or because of health concerns, like if there was a former spill in that area and we are not physically able to get out there, it's not safe, or UXO. So we might need to rely only on desktop resources to do a delineation. It's not ideal, but we can't let perfect be the enemy of good. So you do your homework, and ideally you get to go out and do a site visit. And when you're finding the line, you have matching data points. You do an assessment of, on each spot of the line as you're checking it, this is upland, this is wetland. And then you find the next spot along the line, this is upland, this is wetland. So these paired matching wetland upland sets of the data points. And for those, just like with this approach, where you want to be efficient in your site visit, you start with your homework. And then ideally you plan to look for landscape or vegetation communities. What can you see from afar? Heck, from your windshield, that you can decide that's where I'm going to start and then work my way out from there. So using like a mainland example, if you're driving along on the East Coast and you see a big stand of red maple, that's known to be a wetland plant, or tends to be a wetland plant, and so you'd start there as opposed to starting randomly somewhere else. Then, as you're getting closer and you're walking in that area, the next easiest thing, because the hardest thing is when you have to dig a hole, because that takes extra effort even to get to see what you're trying to see in the soils. So the next step is to look for indicators of hydrology. We'll get into what those are. And then you get to soils. You dig your hole, you do your assessment, keep it moving. Finally, you have to demonstrate what it is you saw and what does it mean. So it's basically, if you're thinking from like the scientific method of what you write in like a journal article, it's the results, especially the results in the discussion section. I find sometimes folks want to stop at the results and be like, here's what we found, but they don't necessarily connect the dots, especially when it comes to like the soil mapping. They'll share the soil mapping unit, but not highlight that it has this percentage of hydric soils, or it's this soil order that indicates that it's more likely to be a wetland soil. And also, so you're documenting your desktop resources, like your soil mapping unit that's available via NRCS's Web Soil Survey. And you also document your site investigation, including photos of each of the data points. So the homework part, desktop review. So what's important is starting on the third bullet and working kind of backwards-ish. Well, anyway, top photo is multiple years of aerial photos. We don't have leaf off here like we would in the mainland, but what we're looking for multiple years, and ideally during the wet time of year, is some sort of, we're looking for what's different. Is it a darker signature? Sometimes it's a greener signature. The surrounding area is drier, but because this has like a little wetland, a spring that's forming a wetland in it, this area is going to be greener than the surrounding area. Or it's going to be herbaceous when the rest of the area is trees because it's too wet for that tree species. Or vice versa. You might have, I feel like we see really often in ag fields, this little train, it's like all normal looking rows of agriculture and then this little like, almost like a river of trees because that's where it was too wet to map. So this is not a guarantee of, yes, there's definitely a wetland here, or no, there's not a wetland here. It's a good start. It's based on aerial photos, mostly from the 1970s. I think it's getting updated, but it's an indication of there may be. You know, we're gathering sort of like weight of evidence. If all these things seem to say that there's probably a wetland here, then there's probably one here, and that's where we should go check. Bottom photo is the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service Web Soil Survey. So you can even, they take what they know about the soils and they're able to assign likelihood of the presence of a hydric soil. Really cool. So if you're interested in learning more, we can do some sort of like follow-up meeting and I can walk you through the tool. So I'm gesturing over here because I've got my business cards and our main email address. And I've got that at the end of the presentation too, so it's great. Love some homework. Finally, it can also be helpful to check on reports from similarly situated past projects, like wetland delineations or flora fauna surveys. And so similarly situated meaning like where it is in the landscape. So for example, for Hawaii, we have windward and leeward sides of the islands and proximity, say, to a stream channel. And so if it has similar characteristics, even if maybe it's on a different island, then you would expect that certain things would be similar. So it's not a guarantee, but it's, again, that weight of evidence. Is it likely to be a wetland here? Whoops. Okay. So as we're wrapping up our prep, getting ready to go in the field, to keep things moving, it would be really helpful to identify, to field ID, some of the most common wetland plants in your area with their indicator status. So what do I mean indicator status? This is the table. Oh, good, it's quite visible. So this is talking about likelihood of a plant species to be in a wetland versus to be in an upland. If it's 99% of the time you're going to find that plant in a wetland, the indicator status is obligate. Only 1% of the time, or another way of saying it, 99% of the time it's only going to be an upland plant, a dry plant. That'll be upland. And then in between, and if it's 50-50, it's facultative. And so based on research by wetland professionals and plant professionals from the region, common plant species are assigned these wetland indicator statuses. And I'm going to show you the website where you can look up what it is. But it is so helpful if you have a sense of what are the most common plants in my area, and you can quickly ID them because of their shape, or the way the flower looks, or the way it smells. Again, what we're looking for is speed. Nobody has time to break out your massive plant book in the middle of the field and go through every single dichotomous key. You really want to try and keep things moving, and for the most part, you can. It's possible. And then for some of the less dominant species, then you can dig into what they are. And also plan, when you're going out, to think about what is the appropriate plot size. So remember I talked about the scientific method, results, discussion. when it comes to methodology, what we're looking for is something that is repeatable. That if you do the delineation and then I come after you and I do the delineation, we're going to get the same answer. And so that means that we have to have like the same sample size. So that has to do with plot size per strata. So the vegetation's organized into like big vegetation, like trees, and then like medium, which is like saplings and shrubs, and then herbs, which is like really little, and then there's also woody vines. And each of those strata have a certain size, a plot size, for assessing the vegetative community. And of course you take it with a grain of salt, because like, what if your site is funky? Well, then you make an appropriate plot size and justify it in the comments. So here's this super great website where, based on input from various plant and wetland experts, the wetland indicator statuses have been developed, and they are available via this website. So pretty cool. You can enter in the scientific name of the plant, and then it spits out what the indicator status is. So you go out and you're looking at the vegetation for each of your matched data points, and you're describing the community. And this is a picture for what is a tree versus what is a sapling, or an herb, or a shrub, or a woody vine. So these are helpful things to practice in advance of actually going out, so you can just eyeball it and be like, I know that one, and here's how much it is, and we can get to the next part of the vegetation process. So here we're documenting things. So going from left to right, actually we're going to start with what the species name is. And for each of the species, we are estimating absolute cover. So what is absolute cover versus relative cover? Relative cover is you assume a pie chart of 100%. Absolute cover doesn't have to be 100%. Let's say the entire plot only has 30% vegetation. So maybe the only vegetation there is 30%. And then you write in the comments, the rest is naked. I mean, bare. Anyway, yeah. Or maybe you have more than 100%. You've got trees on top of saplings, on top of herbs, and there's some woody vines in there. Maybe it's more than 100%. So you write down, that's your first step after you get the scientific name and the common name, percent absolute cover. So you do that and the indicator status on the far right, and then you write them down in descending order of percent absolute cover. So what we did in this example here, you can see under step 2, there's the numbers in bold red where they should have been. Ideally, you can like rearrange them and put them nicely in order. But like number 1 is the 25% absolute cover. Number 2 is the 15. There's 2 tied for number 3 at 10 and 2 tied for number 4 at 5% cover. Okay. So we put them in descending order. Step 3, we get the total. What is the total absolute cover? So adding all those up, that's 70%. Step 3, part 2, over on the left-hand side, it is that we have to figure out, what we're trying to ultimately get to is what is dominant. Because all of this is leading up to, is this data point dominated by wetland vegetation? Because we go back to the definition. It's a site that is inundated or saturated enough for plants that tend to like to be wet, hydrophytes, to survive there. And so we're trying to figure out, do the plants that like water, are they the dominant plants there? So there's math, we can practice it, but ultimately that's what this is getting to. So once you do your math and you figure out which species in the vegetation that you've assessed are dominant, then you must do 3 tests. They must be done in order, and once one is positive, you have to stop. So the rapid test is where all the dominant species across all the strata are either always found in wetlands, or are like almost always found in wetlands. If you fail that one, you move on to do the dominance test. More than 50% of the dominant species, so let's say I have 5 species that are dominants. Let me make that 6. 6 species that are dominants, and more than 50%, so 4 out of 6, are obligate. So they either are always in wetlands, 75% of the time in wetlands, or 50% of the time in wetlands. If 4 out of 6 do that, then that's yes. It passed the dominance test, that's full of wetland plants, and then you only have 2 more characteristics to check. And then the prevalence index is another set of math. So, yes, lots of math. Hang with me. You're doing great. Okay, so that's for people that are actually doing the wetland delineation. Most of the time, that's not me. I have to know how to do it because I'm one of the reviewers. So just like you would review somebody else's work, you got to check that the protocol was followed for the 3 tests. A common mistake is someone is seeing like, there are 3 tests and I must do them all. But you do not need to do them all. Once one is checked for positive, you're done. Check that the wetland indicator status of each plant is correct as per the wetland plant list. And again, checking more math and checking plant ID. I mean, no joke, I recently got a delineation where someone tried to pass up a plant that's only found in Europe as occurring in Hawaii. I know we've got some invasive species, but this is getting a little much. They hadn't identified it correctly, and I was able to check that based on the photos they had provided in their report. So, it's a bummer, we all learn, but that's one of the things that the reviewers that we need to check for. And remember to review the comment boxes, because weird things happen. Maybe somebody had planted a bunch of that plant in their garden and it escaped, and that is what's there, this weird plant that only occurs in Europe. So we did vegetation, now let's talk water. So is there a low point? Just like you would cup your hand to hold water, water's going to congregate at the lowest point in the landscape. Then check for indicators that you'd only observe in a soil pit, like oxidized rhizospheres. So just like you would need like a snorkel to breathe underwater, a similar sort of system happens with plant roots. And so because oxygen's going underneath the ground in kind of a soggy situation, it causes a physical manifestation of that we can check. Because wetlands aren't wet all the time. That's why we say indicators of hydrology. Because it could be not wet when you go out, but there's indicators that it has been wet long enough at a certain point to meet the definition of a wetland. It's tricky, it's complicated. Let's keep going. So in this case, as opposed to the plant tests, check all that apply. You only need 1 primary or 2 secondary indicators, but this is one where, yeah, keep going if that's what you're observing. This is where it's written down. So here's some examples of primary indicators. Surface water. This is, most people are like, yeah, I know this. I'm standing here and it's wet. There's water at the surface of the ground. Or maybe I dig a little hole and water comes up in the hole. That would be like a high water table. Or saturation. I can like wring out this chunk of dirt and like water comes dripping out of it. Unless it's just rained, which might kind of give you like a false positive, that may be an indicator of saturation. In contrast, some of the secondary indicators would be things like, in the middle, salt deposits. That was the picture I just showed, where there was kind of salty water that came out. All the water dried up, but you can tell that water was sitting there for a while because you've got the salt deposit, that evidence that it was there. So cool. Okay, and that's another check. So just like with the vegetation, the end result for that test is this site dominated, in this data point, dominated by plants that like water? This check is, can we tell that water hangs out here for a while, even if it isn't here right now? Yes or no? Hydric soil. So we know soil, well, okay, maybe we know dirt. Dirt gets on our clothes, dirt goes in our garden. A soil is a 3-dimensional body that is formed by a series of different influences and time. So a hydric soil is a soil that formed under conditions of saturation, flooding, or ponding long enough during the growing season to develop anaerobic conditions in the upper part. Phew, big definition. Let's break it down. Conditions of saturation, flooding, or ponding. So wet. Long enough during the growing season, well, we don't have a not growing season here, so let's keep it moving. Long enough to develop anaerobic conditions in the upper part. Okay, anaerobic, so we know aerobic, like exercise. Anaerobic, just like when we're underwater, we can't breathe oxygen. Same thing with these buggies. They need to do respiration, and there's no more oxygen left for them to use for that. And so they switch to another element. I'm going to do the PC version of this mnemonic, but only northern marshes feel so cold. So after O, only, is done, oxygen, northern, nitrogen, only northern marshes, manganese, feel. Feel is where it gets interesting, because that's iron. So we're going from iron that when it's oxidized, when there's oxygen around, it's solid, it's red, it looks like the rust on your bicycle, if you've left it out. But when it is underwater, and the buggies use it up in order to respire and do their anaerobic processes, it's like a magic trick. It changes. It goes from solid and red to being soluble and clear. And so we can see evidence of that in the soil. So we're going to get into that in a little bit. And in the upper part. So when we're examining it, you don't need to bring a backhoe to every wetland delineation. Most of this you can do with a shovel and your own eyeballs. So when we're talking about soil color, we mentioned with iron, we're going from like reds or yellows or browns to whatever color the soil is. So just a little physical demonstration. You've got your soil grain, and most of the time when it's oxygenated, there's some sort of covering on it. The color that it's being given might be from organic matter, which could be like black or brown, or it could be from iron, which, like I mentioned, is yellow or orange or red or sometimes brown. And in the case of the reducing, I mentioned it when the iron goes from solid and a color to being soluble and clear, the big reveal, the soil grain underneath. And so that's how you get some different colors. In a lot of cases, the natural soil grain without the iron, it's some sort of like quartz often, so it's gray. Or sometimes it could be, when it gets tricky, the naked soil grain is black or red, so that's where we get into needing additional help. But when we're talking about soil color, the way we describe it is using the Munsell color book and using a combination of hue, that's the color family. Is it reddish, is it yellowish, greenish, grayish? Value, how black or white is it relative to the scale? And chroma, how bright is it? So this little chip shows a 10YR54, that's describing the soil color. Some other soil color terms when we're trying to describe it in the data sheet. We've got the matrix, which is not red pill, blue pill. That's for another discussion. This is the main color. So when you look at it and you have to pick which color is the main color. For me, for this little sample, I'm seeing kind of like a tan sandy color with some red bits and some gray bits. So if the majority of it is the tan sandy color, that's my matrix. Like I mentioned, concentrations, so oxidized iron, that would be, like I said, the oxidation of iron. Those are colors that tend to be brighter than the matrix, the main color. So bright pops the color. When it's grayer than the matrix, that might be redox depletion or reduction. That again is primarily to do with iron. And so you're gonna like look and identify the color on the Munsell of the main color, the concentrations and the depletions, and estimate what is the percentage using a chart like this one shown here. So that's color. The other thing you have to describe is texture. So if you are going to run away from home and join the NRCS and do soil mapping, then you might use the soil chart like this. For the purpose of wetland delineation, especially these days, we shifted, and now it's more like two categories: sandy or not sandy. So let me recap. In general, soil texture is, what is it? It's the percentage of silt, sand, or clay, and that's what is silt, sand, or clay. It's just different particle sizes. How do you determine texture? You give a little squeeze, literally in your hand. And for, like I mentioned, hydric soil indicators per the regional supplement, it's not these however many textures we have here in this triangle anymore. There's just two main texture types, sandy or fine. And what is a sandy soil? It is a loamy fine sand and coarser. So not a perfect test, but basically if you can make a ball out of the soil and it's not sopping wet, it's probably a fine. And there's different soil indicators for the F series, for F for fine, and S for sandy, and then A for all. So sounds complicated, but give it a squeeze, make a ball, and then you know soil texture. So this is where you write it down. A couple of things to remember when you run away from home and become a wetland expert. Remember to do this at the edge of the wetland. These indicators are not meant for the middle, and sometimes people get overeager, and then we get this weird like donut hole situation because they're trying to apply a test where it doesn't belong. Make sure to document each layer of the delicious parfait that is the soils in the data sheet. Do color analysis first, because remember, with the iron, when it is reduced, we can't see it. It's clear and soluble, and sometimes it's still in place. When we add oxygen, it reappears. And so after you open up the soil to some air, it might change color, which is magical, but also could impact your results. So it's important to color it right away. Describe anything weird. Again, this is scientific method. So we are trying to do something that then someone else could come behind us and replicate. If something weird happens, write it down in the notes. Sometimes we go out and look at soils where there's been fill placed. Someone decided that wetland, they haven't seen this presentation yet, and they don't love wetlands the way we all do. And they decided it was a good place to dump their dirt. And so we have to, in order to investigate it, we have to get underneath that fill in order to look at the native soil. Once you have your description, is it hydric? You compare it to these known descriptions. So kind of like if someone's been a little naughty and there is a description of what they look like being circulated amongst the public for reporting to the authorities. Same sort of thing. You have your description of your soil that you know, and you compare it to known descriptions in the regional supplement. And sometimes soils are weird, so you see the user notes for more information. When you're a reviewer, a couple things to check. Check those soil colors. Are they realistic? Does it look like the tie-dye picture? Because if that's the case, no natural soil should look like that. If it looks like that, maybe go to the hospital, because I don't know what you've been exposed to. It's weird. Make sure they're realistic and compare them to the photos in the report, because sometimes photos aren't perfect, but it can help get you there. A couple things to remember. People are really excited about a histosol. This is especially like a bog soil, where it's just massive layers of organic material. These tend to be pretty rare unless you're actually in a bog. So if people are checking that box, maybe take that with a grain of salt. And again, just like with the plants, check your math. Wrapping up with a few frequently asked questions. Does the Corps provide wetland delineation training or certification? Man, do I wish. No, we do not. But there are some private companies that can provide training. Another question. I'm considering purchasing a property that might have a wetland on it. Vera, can you do the wetland delineation for me? Or maybe if I get the wetland delineation done, like with a private consultant, can you just do an AJD for me without me knowing where I want to build the project on this property? The answer to these is no, and not at this time. Unfortunately, just like you guys, we're doing our best, but we're short-staffed, so it's not really a service that we can provide at this time. Your best bet is to fill out that simplified application form that was at the end of my other presentation. I've also got here's the link to the application and the email where you submit it. Even if it's in early design stages, give us the 5 W's of what you're planning to do, let us know, and we can work the rest out. I'm pretty sure this area is a wetland, but it doesn't seem to meet the key characteristics, which are soils, water, vegetation, yeah. What now? What if it doesn't meet the 3 characteristics? Make sure you're taking those data points at the wetland boundary. Deline for delineation. But don't take them in the center. The hydric soil indicators are only meant for that wetland boundary. There's also a whole chapter in the regional supplement for weird stuff. Check out chapter 5. What if the wetland on my property was made by a beaver / my neighbor who is a beaver? Does the wetland not count if somebody else made it? Sorry. Regardless of how that wetland came to be, if the wetland meets the 3 parameters, the Corps will consider it to be a wetland. Here's what you have to take away. Wetlands are important and should be protected, especially when it comes to disaster resilience. An AJD, improved jurisdictional determination, might include a wetland delineation, but a wetland delineation does not necessarily include an AJD or core jurisdiction. Regulatory, the permit people, we're the only agency that can provide an AJD or tell you whether a core permit is required. If you want to go out and be a wetland scientist, look at the protocol through the 1987 manual and the regional supplement for more information. You guys have been troopers, and as you've definitely learned, wetland delineation is a little complicated, but is a cool way to observe a landscape. And finally, hydrology, vegetation, and soils equals wetlands. The end. And I also have sheets up here. All right, future wetland scientists, what are your burning questions? Are any of you beavers? Tell me now. I want to know. Everyone is stunned and or planning to go home and immediately delineate a wetland. Okay. Well, if you want to think it over, the takeaway sheet with our main email address is on the back up here. So when you get a chance, feel free to grab it or take a picture. And yeah, I'll be here to talk wetland delineation with you. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Vera, for closing out our training sessions provided by the Army Corps of Engineers. At this time, we have a special guest today from the Pacific community. The Pacific community. It's a leading regional organization supporting 27 Pacific Island countries and territories. This will be our regional expert for today. But in bringing her up, we would like to thank Ms. Rhonda Robeson, the Director for Geoscience, Energy, and Maritime Division, for considering our invitation and allowing for Ms. Marilyn Simmons to join us today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a very, very enthusiastic speaker before me, so thank you again, Vera, especially after lunch. Malua takitaki, malu saufianga, malua de ulusida, talofa. My name is Marilyn. I'm from the Pacific community. I'm from Tuvalu. And this is the first time for me to visit American Samoa. I am a daughter of Tuvalu and a granddaughter who is Afa Amerika Samoa. So it's, for me, it's a privilege to be here with you all. The Pacific community has 27 members. This includes sovereign countries, metropolitan states, and our territories, of which American Samoa is an active member. The presentation I put before you today is basically to give you a regional sort of perspective about what's out there. Throughout the day, we've heard a lot about the work and the partnership that continues within American Samoa and, of course, the United States. There are 7 parts to this presentation. I'd like to touch a bit about the genesis of what SPC is, especially to the region, the regional context, where we are at right now in the Pacific, what it means to be partners, what it means to be part of this Blue Pacific that we talk about, the regional frameworks that are also out there in terms of the strategies, the policies, that we align the work that we do from the communities, national, regional, and also at the global stage. I am from the Disaster Community Resilience Program, so I will talk a bit about the DCRP and the initiatives that we have in place. I'd like to make known that most of these initiatives are for Pacific Island countries Some of these initiatives do not involve American Samoa. However, there are entry points for us to collaborate. The fifth part is around innovations in resilience. And I'd like to connect some of this to, of course, our theme, resilience and the design. The sixth part is on the opportunities and challenges that we have out there in the region, with the hope that I can provide you with some recommendations before the end of this presentation. So let's take a step back. After World War II, in 1947, our colonial powers decided that our territories, our non-independent countries, required development assistance. They needed social well-being support. Back in 1947, there were no independent countries within the Pacific region. So that made way for the formation of the Pacific Community. In 1947, through the Canberra Agreement, the Pacific Community was established. It is now the premier regional organization that supports on scientific, technical, and capacity building opportunities for its members and its people. It has more than 900 staff. We are located in New Caledonia, in Suva, which is where I am based, and sub-regional offices in Tonga, Vanuatu, and the Federated States of Micronesia. In 2024 alone, we have engaged with 34,000 people across 22 Pacific Island countries, and of course, our 5 metropolitan states. Within these engagements, we have advanced the long-term goal of strengthening communities, our ecosystems, infrastructure, especially against climate risks. Weeks ago, the Pacific celebrated the International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion. This opinion actually began from a number of students within the University of the South Pacific who put together an idea on how to have large greenhouse gas emitting countries be obligated for what they do around climate change. As a result of that, and through a unanimous decision and support from more than 100 member states of the UN, this advisory opinion was passed. SPC supports Pacific Island countries through workshops, speaker engagements, visual tools, community testimonials, and we work a lot also with our youth, our women, and our media for outreach. The work that we have been doing on the ICJ has been specifically visible, especially around modeling on sea level rise and tuna migration, which is the blue gold for the Pacific. In terms of climate finance leadership, there has been a lot of work around lobbying for the special circumstances of our small island development states. And this has been entrenched in our negotiating documents and also around global climate finance. So if most of you don't really know much about the Pacific community, we have 8 other sister organizations. The Pacific Island Development Program would be one of the closest to Amerika Samoa, and they're based out of Hawaii. That is the PIDP. We have the Pacific Island Foreign Secretariat in Suva. We have altogether 9, and they are based in all locations spread across the Pacific. Now, in terms of the regional context, where do we sit? The Blue Pacific is disaster prone. We know that we are part of the Ring of Fire, causing huge social and economic impacts and also exacerbated by climate change. We also know that apart from these sorts of issues, we have development problems. Problems like access to basic drinking water. Based on a report published by the World Health Organization, Just last 2 weeks, at the Pacific Water and Wastewater Ministers meeting in Honiara, 5 million people in our region lack access to basic drinking water. 9 million lack access to basic sanitation. And then to top that off, the cascading effects of climate change, cyclones, and other natural disasters puts our region into peril. We are a region that is good by sea. Earlier today, we heard from our keynote speaker who spoke about the position of American Samoa and how you're surrounded by ocean. Now, just like our small island countries, when it comes to the work that we do at the multilateral level, one thing stands out. We have to work together. Solidarity is so important, and that is the value that the Framework for Resilient Development for the Pacific, the Boer Declaration on Regional Security, and of course the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent gives. It gives the muscle to create the punchlines for policies that are driven and policies that actually develop the projects and the proposals that fund most of the adaptation that take place in our communities. Now, what sort of disaster resilience initiatives do we have at SPC? I must say, I am unable to name all of them, but in the interest of time, I've picked a couple. The Pacific Islands Emergency Management Alliance, the Humanitarian Warehouse Program, the Humanitarian Response Mechanism, and the water security programs that we have together with our hydrology strategy. Now, as part of these initiatives, I'd like to quickly comb through what these initiatives do and what they mean for us. For instance, PMR focuses on capacity building. If we are to invest in resilience, we have to invest in our people. And for us, capacity building is key. But then again, I must mention that we are also a region that has been over-workshopped, a region that has been having trainings for so many years. What we should be doing is actually infusing the traditional knowledge and the capabilities of our local people into our training programs. These are some of the initiatives that we have via PMR. To build the capacity and also allow our young people to gain the knowledge and skill sets in development through disaster management. We have interagency simulation exercises to be part of the conversation all the way This is currently being developed through the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat. What this is bringing together all the partners for them to be able to provide support. What we have realized is, apart from the NDMO, there is also a call, and this has happened in the past, where we have the head of government, head of state,
reach out to SPC or the Forum Secretariat requesting for assistance. While we were discussing the development of the PRESCOM, one interesting came through from an affected country was that as much as they want humanitarian support on the ground, what they also don't want is for them to be helping look after the people that come in to support them. So what this means is, it is so important that before we mobilize our people to support countries, it's important that they understand the traditional values, that they understand the contexts, that they're able to live within the means that are provided to them by the affected country. Now, this is an orbital diagram that I like to refer to, and this is based Kiribati as part of the Pacific Humanitarian Warehousing Program. The PHWP funds warehouses for 14 countries in 14 countries plus cities, and water is one of them. Water security remains a critical resilience priority for members, and this was confirmed at the 9th Pacific Water and Wastewater Ministers meeting 2 weeks ago. As we discuss this here, 18 heads of governments, 18 heads of states are currently sitting in Honiara deliberating on this as well. Water has been put onto this year's Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meetings agenda because of the criticalness of water to our people and to our resilience efforts. Other key innovations include the early warning for all, an anticipatory action that I think some of you are aware that Samoa leads on. I discussed the warehousing and the logistical support that is provided through the PHWP. Our work at the SPC also delivers on GIS capability and technology. After this, around seabed minerals and seabed mining. But in the Pacific, apart from critical minerals, what we have also realized in places that require building seawalls, the aggregates are so difficult to get. In Tuvalu, the aggregates had to be brought by barge from Fiji. We hear that for some other countries, they get them as far as Dubai. And the reason being is our low-lying atolls and low-lying islands do not have these aggregates, so we assume. But then a study that was recently done by SPC found that within our lagoons, there is a lot of aggregates. And these aggregates can actually be used for our adaptive processes and projects. The challenges and opportunities that exist for us. To plan ahead and to achieve preventative action and decision making. To address this, the focus must shift from creating more data to making it accessible and usable. In our Pacific Island countries, we've realized that the data expert is usually a consultant, is usually a TA. What this means is we do not have the local capacities and capabilities. The other thing is, most of our countries don't have their local data repositories. And because of this, when we expect our leaders to make decisions, they do not have the data to support them. To address this, it is so important that we have stronger collaboration, better data systems, more technical skills. We look upon our local ministries of education to give more scholarships for data experts. Instead of relying on TAs, build the capacity of our local people, because not only will they come back with that capacity, they have the local knowledge, they understand your traditional values and expertise that will better equip them to make good decisions. In terms of regional opportunities, it's so important to have inclusive and genuine partnerships. What does that mean? It means coming with your face value. It means building trust. It means listening to our communities. Our speaker this morning talked about how essential it is to have feedback. Now, feedback is so important to building back better. We must also make room to explore disaster risk financing models. As much as we have climate financing models out there, we have to pave the way for disaster risk financing models. Consider water security as a resilience entry point. In all the work that we do, sometimes we forget the most basic of things. But as much as water is basic, it is essential to life. A point for the Office of Disaster Assistance and Petroleum Management that I'm sure I'll be meeting with, and this includes acting as a bridge between the US territories and the Pacific. SPC is a regional organization. We are your servants. We are here to serve you. I have unfortunately come alone to this meeting, but I look forward to getting to know most of you before I leave on the 11th. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to reach out. The Pacific Resilience Partnership is a technical working group. And these are some entry points there that we can use through American Samoa and other US territories to collaborate together with our Pacific Island memberships. On risk governance, we can mainstream climate change into law and policy, especially if you have law and policy discussions are key. Sometimes it all comes down to sharing your experiences. In the Pacific, we've also realized that there's a lot of duplication. What one country is doing with one partner is not so different from what that same country is doing with another partner. And this gets even more gray at the regional level. So coordinating all our efforts through attending some of these technical working groups is important. Resilient infrastructure, like I mentioned, through nature-based affordable housing. We can have discussions around water security, disaster financing, and of course the human mobility framework. This is another framework that is being discussed at the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting in Honiara. Now, in terms of my closing reflections, resilience is not accidental. It must be designed. To anticipate risks and optimize outcomes, collective resilience is key to making the Pacific stronger. Now, I put there from home to the Blue Pacific. Before I came to this summit, I was so excited to hear that last year you had a lot of students who joined in the summit. Resilience starts from home. I see a lot of mothers around here, possibly fathers. Inculcating our and I'm sure some of you must have heard of Ebeli Hawofa, who said, "We have a sea, our sea of islands." Now what this means is partnerships make a difference. Our resilience is stronger together. We are a people-centric region, rich in culture, rich in identity, values and expertise. Let us own our Pacific spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marilyn Simmons, for your presentation today. Okay, thank you everyone. Malo lava lo sai. We have come to a conclusion for today, and I would like to call upon the guard, which is our governor, authorized representative, the Attorney General Gwen Tauilili, for her closing remarks. Thank you.
Talo Valava and good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. It's a little bit warm. I know some of you probably just arrived in last night, so thank you very much for making it today and making it through the whole day. Today, and I don't have a really long closing, just really shortly, I wanted to say thank you to Director Olo, the Director of ODAPM, and his wonderful team. Thank you for putting this summit together. It's a beautiful setting, great food, and great company. Thank you. I also wanted to say thank you to all of our presenters here today. Thank you to the Army Corps of Engineers and your experts that joined us. Thank you to Red Cross and the regional director who joined us. Thank you to the Pacific community, the South Pacific community who came here to join us today. It was wonderful learning about that resource and partnership. Thank you also to the U.S. Army Pacific. Thank you for being here. I hope I didn't miss out on anyone that joined us here today. I want to say thank you especially to Vera. I think if I had you as my science teacher, I would have been a wetlands scientist today. But thank you very much. As we close out the first day of our 2025 Resilience Summit, I want to pause and recognize all of your effort, all of your insights and commitment, the commitment that you all brought into this space. The theme guiding us, resilience by design, has already come to realization just in the short time and in today's discussions. I would also like to remind us, Reverend Tisenga Mariner challenged us this morning. Ia oto mataala, awato tele loa se aso mase tuwaso. He challenged us to be aware of our surroundings, be aware of the risks that we face. I also wanted to share and kind of highlight Whangaima project and the concern that there is there, the Whangaalu project and the hospital, and then there's the Aunua project. So some of these projects and some of these designs, whether we also look at what that design is and ensure that it's timely, that would be one, discussion that we might take away from as we go through this week's summit. I do want to say let's continue to ground ourselves in the idea that resilience must be built into our systems, not added only after a disaster strikes. We will continue to explore what it looks like to anticipate challenges with foresight rather than react in crisis, and we will be reminded that resilience is strongest when it's effective, equitable, and sustainable, when it uplifts every community member, especially the most vulnerable. So as you leave here this afternoon, I urge you, let's reflect on what you've heard, carry forward the questions
and we also end everything with our Lord. So
thank you, Director. God is good. God is good. And all the time. Time you malaba. Ya basta wana pati biere ni ya fiatu. Ya wila maana vera fala fakta ya tulabra to amato filmaria le tatu maftanga le leitula. Tatu amata le tua pa pena foi tatu vai o le tua. Pulo mo lo wa so tatu utka. Le tua mato tfaftai le ofio le leitula. Wai o le yaso le ale le aso na tofa. Le lua yaso le mato pulo kalama le ale ien la fapenana tuatu ila ofio. Ine vapele ale ie o nanga yoi ya ile ngano o la ofio ine fata unuina. Ine yaso lo mato mutai mato te fafitai ia te oe. Amata mai le tayao lo mato o le i se o mai lawa le nei tu la le aso ine wafaliu le la. E vi ia lava oe lo mato o tua. Mato te talo le ale ie ma le ngango le fafitai ia fapenana fafitai pea. Ila wafio mea uma mātou te whaia. Whātua se fo ilo mātou tua, whamangalo mātou se, whamangalo mātou sala ma meta oto yo mātou loto i leanga ila usirafanga. O mātou te talo le ale e Yesu whamulmole. O stai mila tua mo le fuata api fila li le ale e o mātou te talo le ngapa i o la ufio whamulmole. Au ma i mātou lo mātou watu e lungo wala te le vavi. I whiloa iai mainga le ale e vi ia oelo mātou tua. Whamwe moe le aso atra e aolo mātou ta maa, a wina lo le ngahu pa ia o lau fio wha mole mole lau. mātou te ole ai lau fio ina te mai mātou le aso atai au. E lua ai aso le nei wha moe moe. Mātou te tala o le ale ia no lau suafa Yesu. Whaunuia te le mai le mātou a maftanga le nei tu la le aso no lau suafa Yesu. Ma le ngang o le whaftai. Amen.
Okay, just a quick reminder for tomorrow's Day 2 event that we have our speakers will be our local people, which includes our governor, Nicolau Pula, a representative from the Department of Youth and, the Marine and Wildlife, Ms. Maria, the Director of Department of Education, Dr. Mary Tofte'e, and a representative from the Homeland Security. And with our outreach boost tomorrow. So our students will be here tomorrow. See you all tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Fafitai Soifua.
Nangi kai phong fo faf kai fo le tenga malong sering sili koko faf kai kur ka boinga malo faf kai
tupulanga o le lumana I mo atayau wa ai nei e se tia le balu o le tai tayau I tu manga mai faf fo